in your face. We're in your face. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa,
My sentiments exactly. Holy shit. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Q&A. Best Alanis Morissette song right out the gate. You're going to ask me that. For me, the one that gives me chills every time is Uninvited. No plebs allowed. Plebs get out. Plebs stay out forever. There's a pleb-free zone that you're walking in. No plebs allowed. Best vampire performance, easy peasy. There's only two names when it comes to vampire performances. If you're talking about the top of the heap, you've got Gary Oldman in Bram Stoker's Dracula, and you've got the original, the OG Bela Lugosi in the Golden Age Dracula. One of them two. It's gotta be them. Bela Lugosi over Christopher Lee. I like Christopher Lee's Dracula, but Bela Lugosi's Dracula, it's just a cut above, baby. It's just a cut above, baby. Also, patrons, I'm not going to do what I usually do and move my camera, like remove my camera when I toke. But you have to promise not to make fun of me. I'm smoking out of a little sneak-a-toke right now because I'm moving soon. I'm not going to say where, but I'm moving soon. And so I've got this wee little pipe that I can throw away when I'm ready to move because I don't want to be driving around all over the United States and maybe even somewhere else with a bunch of marijuana. So I've had to get rid of my paraphernalia for the most part. So all I've got is this little feller here. This little feller here. I ain't saying. Maybe I am going to Uruguay. But yeah, moving soon. All I'm willing to say is that I'm moving out of the state of Louisiana. Outside of that, it's all up to speculation. Yeah, fuck these hurricanes. Fuck it all. You once mentioned, why does it feel like I keep missing things? Favorite outlaw country artist? Probably Bobby Bear or David Allan Coe, Hank III. Those are my three when it comes to outlaw country. Bobby Bear, probably. Sounded like Mrs. Doubtfire. You Julia Doubtfire, dear. Why does it feel like there were significantly more songs released in the 2000s in general compared to the 90s? Probably because it's just easier to get music in the 2000s because of late internet. Whereas the 90s, I don't know if you were a record store rat in the 90s, but I was, and there were just as many fucking bands and shit in the 90s as there were in the fucking 2000s. There might have been more just per capita because of the population growth and shit. And the internet might have driven an explosion of garage bands and shit, which I'm sure it did. But yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of music out there in the 90s. You once mentioned that one counselor you had, what was his aim in having you believe his innocence when it wasn't going to change the case against him? Was he grooming you to be a character witness? I just think, honestly, he needed the emotional support of having somebody who would blindly believe everything he says, and maybe he wasn't getting that from his family because they knew he was guilty. The thing is, I have no idea what was going on in that dude's family life. You know, I've never met his wife, never met any of his kids. I only knew him. And so it was maybe that's what it was. That's kind of what I assume it was. What prompted your move, and will it affect DFF? No and no. What prompted my move? Getting out of Louisiana, and will it affect DFF? No. Good answer. Waylon is on my list too. Yeah. Last musician, band, performer that gave you that wow factor, almost Michael Jackson level. Honestly, you're gonna make fun of me for this, but Post Malone. The dude is like such a triple threat, such a multi-talented guy. Like, he's very young too, so it's like, look for Post Malone if he doesn't die of a drug overdose or some shit, or a car accident or some fucking stupid bullshit. Look for Post Malone to change up his style a lot, because the dude is, I don't know if you caught Post Malone's Nirvana tribute concert during the early days of the lockdown, but he just got range, man. He's got range and talent, and you may not like the type of music he's making right now, but I keep my eye peeled on Post Malone, because dude is fucking talented for real. Yeah, favorite questions or any questions are fine in this stream. Whatever you want to ask. That's what it's about, y'all. Getting high, hanging out with the patrons. It's so weird. Before I started this stream, they were like, my numbers said that there were 64 people waiting at one point, and now there's only 34 people. So did like 30 patrons just decide like, Paul's dick isn't out. I'm not watching this. Whatever. Who knows? We'll see. Do you like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? No, not really. I've seen some funny like memes from it, but I've never really been into the show. Do you have a favorite among my ducks? I'm ashamed to tell you that I cannot distinguish a duck from a duck yet. I've heard some of their names, but I cannot yet distinguish between your ducks. But I love them all. I really do. Equally. I see them all as an expression of the love of nature. Hey, Paul, on Twitter you said that the GameCube is the best Nintendo console. What is your favorite game for it, or what are your favorite games for it? Resident Evil 4 was originally released on the console, and I really liked it. I thought it was great there. Eternal Darkness definitely tops the heap. I was big into I can't remember the name of it, but whatever the F-Zero release was on the Cube. That was probably my top 3. Loved Animal Crossing as well. First released on the GameCube, I think. They still mad about your OnlyFans being fake? Yeah. Because you started early, probably coming back at 10:30. Oh. Well, that's cool then. Let them roll in as they roll in. I tried to change the time. I didn't know how much time I would need to get everything set up and shit, so. Never watched Mr. Robot, no. My ex-wife was into that shit, but it never appealed to me. I think it was Mr. Robot she was into. Something like that. I've actually been revisiting the GameCube. Really comfy, yeah. I love Disco Elysium. You ever get TJ to play it? I got him to buy it. I know he owns it, but as far as him actually sitting down to play it, no, I don't think. I've ever been a dude that like followed different porn stars and stuff and like learned their names and shit. I'm sorry. I just don't. That's not. I'm not a real like habitual porn user. I'm not gonna say I don't ever look at it, but it's pretty rare. And when I do look at it, I'm more looking for theme than particular actor. You know what I mean? I'm much more likely to search for a term like gaping butthole than, some porn name. You're great at voices. Do you have any interest in pursuing voice acting work? Voice acting work is really hard to get, y'all. I've got a cool voice. I do some good impressions and some interesting, fun stuff. But when it comes to like the talent that's out there all hunting for the same nut, I'm just a voice in the crowd, dude. There's nothing real particularly stand out about me when compared to other people that are trying to get into it. And I like what I do now. I like using it for this. I wouldn't turn down voice acting work if somebody happened to see DFF and they were like, "Ooh, I like that Paul guy. I like that voice he did," and hit me up and was like, "Hey, you want to come? We'll pay you $500,000 to be this voice in this Pixar shit." I'd do it for really real. But favorite Legend of Zelda game, probably A Link to the Past. It's the only one I've ever beaten like all the way through that I can remember. So A Link to the Past. I kind of tuned out in the 3D Zelda days. I know I'm a boomer, but I was already a teenager at the time that like Ocarina of Time came along. And I was into like that edgier shit. It was the 90s, man. And it was like, I wanted blood and gore and like machine guns and shit. And like some little dude tooting on an ocarina with a fairy flying over his shoulder. It wasn't working for me. You know what I mean? I felt like I'd kind of grown out of that situation. I did play the Wind Waker on the Cube though, and I loved it. So Wind Waker would definitely be on my short list of favorite Zelda games. But I was in my 20s when Wind Waker came out, so never played Breath of the Wild. I watched Ashley play a lot of it back when we lived in Washington. Event Horizon, one of my favorite sci-fi horror mashup movies of all time, and one of my favorite horror movies of the 90s. Love Event Horizon. Really love showing it to people for the first time. Like I said, it's one of my favorite mashups of the sci-fi horror genres. But yeah, it's got great effects in it too, just like great practical effects. Very good example of a well-done sci-fi film and a well-done horror movie, in my opinion. It's got its moments that are a little bit like, come on. But come on, every horror movie does. Favorite bird? I don't know that I have a favorite bird, but I've been watching this family of cardinals that lives out behind where I'm at, and I didn't grow up in an area where there were cardinals. So seeing that like really bright red has made me really fascinated with them. And there's like a little family of them that live out in the woods out here behind my apartment. I sit on my porch and I watch them a lot. So Chad the Cardinal, man. We named the big daddy of them all Chad. And you can always tell when you're looking at Chad. He's a head taller than everybody else in the little clutch. Are TJ and Scotty moving soon as well? You have to ask them, man. I don't know what their plans are. For me to speak on what their plans are and when would just be silly. I know that they're interested in moving. I don't know when that'll happen. I know that for me, it'll be very, very soon. Signed my lease already, etc. So we gone. Bye-bye. Putting fucking Louisiana in my taillights forever. Yeah, well, I never really saw many of them or any of them where I grew up. So saw a lot of Blue Jays and stuff. But if there are Cardinals around where I grew up, there must be very few of them because I'd never seen one till I came here. If you were on display at a zoo or museum, how would the tour guide describe you to visitors? The common American neckbeard. You may notice the pungent aroma of marijuana and armpit sweat. Hey, Paul, who do you personally believe was the thing at the end, McCready or Childs? I believe it was McCready, but that's always been just my, it's kind of like that who shot first question, you know what I mean? I've always felt like it's McCready. He's the thing, dude. Because to me, it seems like that's the one that they're trying to lead you away with a little bit. Like the narrative seems to want to point at Childs, but I think it was McCready. Ooh-wee. You'll probably forget about it, but you should check out Soma. I've seen Soma. It's on my wish list, so I won't forget about it. Excuse me. Man. This particular strain that I've got right now is really like peppery. It's got peppery terpenes. I learned that term when I lived in Washington, talking to bud tenders. I think it's a strawberry cough variant or something. It's real peppery, real spicy. Hits you right in that like tingly part of your throat right here. You're like, Are you an indica or sativa person? Yes, please. If you no longer needed to maintain an online presence to pay for your needs and desires, would you still stream and do your DFF as you do now? Probably not like in the same way that I do now, but I get something out of these types of streams beyond like obviously tonight. This is for you guys. This is not to make money. Well, I guess it is. In the long run, it's engaging the people who pay me, right? But it was a long time before I monetized anything on Highdeology. I just liked being there. I like the format. I like the open-ended nature of it. I like the challenge of trying to keep it flowing, and the audience participation of it builds kind of a narrative that, you know, people that watch it often can see it build from. I like playing around here. Highdeology and these types of streams are really important to like what you guys end up seeing on DFF for me, because as a performer, it's like a totally open proving ground where I can try out different ideas. I can, you know, try out a new character. I can try out a skit, and sometimes shit happens on Highdeology that ends up being transported over to DFF in one way, shape, or form. So I don't know. I find it. You can look back on this channel, and I've been doing this kind of like community streaming type of thing for a long time, way before it became popular. I was doing a stick ham and beer and shit back in like 2009, 2010, way before it started to the IRL streaming craze hit. So I really like it. I enjoy it. If you became a cryptoid, what would you feed off of? A cryptoid, like a cryptid? The blood of goats. I want to be the chupacabra, dude. I joined kind of late. Would it be inappropriate to ask where you were moving to, or like general area in the U.S.? It's not inappropriate to ask, but I'm not going to tell you. You know, there's no way to be totally anonymous in this world anymore, but I'm just not going to make it a big deal where I live now from now on. I've done the whole like, hey, we're moving here, we're moving there, and I just hate the constant questions about where I'm at. Like, what about this? What about that? So I don't really want it to be common knowledge where I'm going and when I go there. You know, I'm letting you guys, the patrons, know that I'll be moving soon, but it will not disrupt the flow of contento for you guys. Had I not told you, you'd probably never know, other than my set changing, that there was anything different. But you know, just as a personal point of courtesy, I just would rather not say where I'm moving to. Let's see here. Hey, Paul, long-time lurker. Just want to let you know that I respect and enjoy your work. Bring back C4C. You're appreciated, and I'm thankful for your art. Thank you, brother. Or sister. So, yeah, Cinema for Cynics will be coming back. Patrons will enjoy it because it will be part of the patron package at no additional cost. It will not have its own kind of thing, but we've been working really, really hard during the COVID crisis. We did not sit down on our laurels. We have an extraordinary amount of shows pre-recorded so that we can start adding other little things in and get on a schedule where upkeep keeps us ahead, so that when one of us needs some time off, like I'm going to coming up because I'll be moving, there's no interruption to you guys. It's like business as usual, you know? Does that mean DFF will remain remote post-COVID? I would be lying to you if I told you that there were any plans in the short or medium term for us to be all back together again in one studio spot. There are not. As a business, we've kind of had to decide we're either going this way or we're going that way, and we want to go the safest way, which is for us to remain remote. And so I would say, you know, I wouldn't say that we'd never be in the same room again, or that there's never going to be any content that's all of us sitting in the same studio again. I think that would be premature and silly to say at this point. But I will tell you that in the short and medium term, we're going to be remote. And, you know, we're really trying to work on ways to diminish the drawbacks of that. We're looking at a lot of different options of upping our internet game in terms of speeds and connections, different programs we can use to meet. We're looking at an old solution, the ISDN line, which is kind of expensive, but would be worth it. TJ needs a new computer. Yes, you're absolutely right. So we've done a lot of upgrading during the COVID crisis of our. I can show you guys kind of what we're working on now. You'll have to pardon the stoner ashes all over it, but here is the board we are all on now. It's a Rode Procaster. We've all moved to this, and has helped. It's helped immensely in balancing out our audio and letting us have settings that are, relatively the same. So, your money at work. We all sound way better now. We've got a better handle on it now. We used a number of programs when we first went remote, starting with Zoom, which immediately fell apart because it sounded like shit. Then we moved to a program called Whereby, which is basically a Zoom ripoff, and used that for a while. Then we actually tried Discord, which we hadn't had much luck with at the beginning. It was the first thing we tried at the beginning, but because we were all on different audio shit, we couldn't get it to sound right. And we went back and tried Discord after all three of us got the Procasters, and the same. We're all on the same mic now too. What are your favorite Joker stories from comics? I saw you guys talking about how underappreciated graphic novels are as an art form. So to be honest with you, when I was into comics enough to really talk with any authority, I was in the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, and I was a Marvel kid. So when it comes to like graphic novel stories about the Joker, I've read precious few. TJ would definitely be a better dude to ask about that. He's way more into that. As far as my favorite story from comics, period, I got into comics when I was in the 7th grade, and the precursor to what would become the Infinity Gauntlet series had just started to happen. And so I got into the Infinity Gauntlet series, and then that became Infinity War. So it was really cool for me to see the movies, because that little brief window of my childhood where I was into comics, I was really into the Avengers, the X-Men, and all of them coming together to fight Thanos. I used to call him Thanos. Sorry, Thanos. When I was a kid, I thought his name was Thanos, and all my friends said Thanos. All my comic nerd friends said Thanos, and there was no internet for us to go to and go like, no, it is Thanos. You know what I mean? There was no place we could go to get corrected, so it was Thanos. Back in them days, we called him Thanos. Whoa, more juicy contento for my grease-filled gullet. That's right. That's what we're working on. If you were tortured in heck by one of Steve Buscemi's characters, which one would you spend your eternity with? Donnie. Donnie's good-natured. Donnie loved bowling and surfing. He explored the beaches of California from Leo Carrillo to Monterey and all the way to Pismo. He died, as so many men of his generation died, in the flower of his youth and before his time. Donnie, who loved bowling. What are some anime you've enjoyed? I really liked Kill la Kill. I liked Madoka Magica. I like pretty much everything I've ever seen from Studio Ghibli or however you say it. The Miyazaki films. And that's about it, honestly, really. I really haven't seen much anime outside of that appealed to me very much. Out of all of that, if I had to pick my favorite, it's Kill la Kill by a fucking mile. Kill la Kill, Madoka, everything else. But Kill la Kill was just like, bah! I loved that shit. It's just like a feast for the eyes in every way. Sexy chicks, blood, guts, fucking awesome fights. Had everything a dude would want, you know? playing Skyrim and railing dabs. Good on you, buddy. How do you rank the iterations of the Joker that I've seen? This is an unpopular opinion, but my tippy top Joker is Jack Nicholson's Joker. And I've got a lot of, look, dude, nostalgia plays a role. I was a little boy when that came out, and I thought he was so spooky and so perfect. And really, he was, like I told you, I was not a Batman guy. I was into like the cartoon and the old 50s show when they would play it on rerun and shit. But I was not like a Batman comics guy, so the Joker was really like nebulous to me as a character. It didn't have this clearly defined thing that it would have if I were a comic kid. And so when I saw Nicholson's Joker, I was just like, holy fuck, man. As a kid, you know, and it just stayed with me. And now every time it gives me chills watching it. Never rub another man's rhubarb. I just fucking love him. How do you hate him? Then Heath Ledger, then everybody else. Then Joaquin Phoenix, then everybody else. Okay, so it goes Nicholson, Ledger, Phoenix, everybody else. And there's a wide gap between Joaquin Phoenix and everybody else. Let's put it that way. Paul, I'm 15 and I'm fairly smart, but I'm afraid of the rat race. I'm decently smart and I might try YouTube, but I don't want to be a wage slave for the rest of my life. You're 15, dude? You don't need to worry about wage slavery right now. You need to worry about getting through fucking high school and shit and not getting somebody pregnant or getting knocked up yourself or whatever the case may be. Don't even, like, the fact that you're tripping about what you're going to do with your life already at 15, man, you're in the years you're supposed to figure that out. Don't even worry about it. Do you ever listen to new metal bands? I think the only bands that survived were System of a Down, Slipknot, and the Deftones. Well, incidentally, I love all three of those bands. But I had very particular taste in new metal. When it started to get Papa Roach, I checked out. As soon as I heard, cut my life into pieces, this is my last resort, turn it, I was like, okay, I'm out. I'm out of the genre. And then really what sealed it for me was when I heard, you know, I'm on the outside where I'm looking in. I was just like, oh, fuck this. Get me out of here. But yeah, no. Of those three bands, I would, if I had to rank them, I would say definitely the Deftones at top, Slipknot, and then System. But all great fucking bands. I have a real affinity for Slipknot, which is why I put them over System. I don't know. They just rock so fucking hard. So does System though. So Headstrong, back off and take you on. Headstrong, I take on anyone. Back off and take you on. It's just like, Real talk, early Linkin Park. Yeah, I got to see Linkin Park and the Deftones at one big festival that I went to, and they fucking, like, you say what you want, they fucking tore that stage up, dude. Chester Bennington went hard. He just had this fucking voice, man. He could sing so sweet and then just go, you know, it's just so great. But yeah, that's one of my favorite shows I ever got to see. I got to see Slipknot. Not Slipknot, sorry. I got them mixed up. Mudvayne, Deftones. Mudvayne was great as well, by the way. Another great new metal band. At least their first album, LD50, is really great. I got to see Mudvayne, the Deftones, Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, of all people, and Metallica at that show. Have you seen the new Halloween Kills teaser trailer? No, I have not. I'll check it out, though. I try to keep up on the trailers once or twice a week, but I was without power until about 3 hours ago or 4 hours ago, and without internet until about 1 or 2 hours ago. So we had a hurricane blow through. Nothing happened, you know, other than pretty much the entire area I live in lost power and internet. So I spent a nice night last night just kind of chilling with my girlfriend and talking by candlelight. And then I spent today reading a book by sunlight until everything came back on. When did you start smoking pot? When I was about 14 years old, I smoked pot for the first time with my friend Morgan. Might have been 14, 15, in that zone. And just never really stopped. I went through a long period of time where I didn't, in my late 20s into my 30s, and then immediately was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I started smoking again, and I've smoked ever since. Top chat. You know what? I'm sorry, dude. Let me, if I'm missing people, that's because I keep it on top chat for the plebs. I apologize. I'll go back and, yeah, I've been on top chat like a boomer. Don't pay attention to what's on the screen. It's always going to be top chat. Yeah, you don't got to worry about cussing and shit now. Sorry about that, guys. That's fucking dumb of me. I should have had it on live chat. I'm not used to switching back and forth. So if I've missed one of your questions or whatever, go ahead and ask it again. I'm on live chat now. So would you watch all the Halloween movies for Cinema for Cynics? Sure, why not? I plan to switch a little bit up of the tone of Cinema for Cynics. One of the things that I did not like about it was this kind of focus on the negative. I negged a movie I really like because I thought it was funnier, and then I felt bad about it. Tales from the Hood, which is one of my favorite cheesy ass movies. I made a pretty negative review about it because I thought it was funnier to do that than go like, "Ooh, I really like this movie." And that's kind of like the thing I want to get away from. So when you see new Cinema for Cynics, you might notice a little bit of a new tone. Of course, it'll still be cynical as fuck because it'll be me delivering it. So I owned Little Nightmares. I've never played it, though. I think I got it on a Steam sale or some shit for like 99 cents, and I just never played it. Paul, you look like Middle Earth content. You should check out History of the Aged. Okay, I will. Thoughts on doomsday preppers? My ex-wife's dad was a doomsday prepper, and he had what I think is probably, for me, the craziest weapon I've ever seen. He had a shotgun. I don't know what it was. I'm not a gun guy. I'm going to say it was like a Mossberg-style pump-action shotgun, okay? But the one that has a shoulder stock, right? So a Mossberg-style pump-action shotgun, right? Which for me, a shotgun is the ultimate, like, point in the general direction of it and destroy everything weapon, right? It was a shotgun that had a bayonet attached to it, and a long motherfucker, too. Not some little stabby like a big-ass fucking old-school stab you right through the body bayonet on it. And he pulled that shit out, and he handed it to me, and I was like, I asked him, I was like, are you expecting zombies? And he laughed his ass off, and he said, I'm expecting everything. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Well, pretty much anything on the planet right here you got handled. He was like, that's the point. I was like, all right. He had this whole fucking basement that was filled with prepper food and just all this shit, you know, bug out bags and a crazy fucking vehicle that would go over mountains and shit. He was a crazy dude. I mean, in a good way, probably, because that side of her family will be taken care of if something goes down. It seemed like a little overkill to me. If you got a fucking shotgun, what do you need a bayonet for? The barrel right above that bayonet is going to blow whatever's in front of you in half. I guess if you run out of shells, you can keep fighting, you know? Hey, Jamie James, if you ask the question one more time, I'm going to assume that you're a pleb that's had the fucking link shared with you, and I'm going to ban you, okay? I've ignored it now, I think twice, so you get one more because I'm going to assume you're a patron, but I will ban you if you ask your stupid question again. About 2 years ago, you were hyping up what the fuck happened to Alien vid. What the fuck happened to the Alien? Dude, I couldn't even tell you guys the whole story of that, and I don't want it to sound like a litany of excuses, but to suffice it to say, around that time, my life went to fucking shit in a number of ways. My mental health went to shit. My relationship was going to shit at that time. Just bad fucking juju all around. The show was having some problems. Nothing between us as you know, co-hosts and shit. Just outside shit. You know, everything felt bad at that time in my life, and I didn't have it in me. I wrote a script for it. I read the script. I thought the script sucks. I rewrote the script 2-3 times, and then I finally just said, you know what? I'm going to shelve this fucking thing. It's why I really don't share with you guys what's upcoming, except to be very vague. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you get into a mode where it's like, I don't know. Call it what you want. It was just a confluence of bad shit. And that's what happened to it. But I plan on doing it. I've still got that script. I bet if I read it today, I wouldn't feel as bad about it. I'd be a little less critical of it, clean it up a little bit, put it out as a video. There's a really cool 80s Twilight Zone episode about preppers. Cool. Oh, yeah. You said 80s Twilight Zone, though. It must have been before that. You're talking about the one where the one dude in the neighborhood builds a shelter and everybody makes fun of him because they think he's paranoid, and then they get the fucking bomb sirens and they all want in. That was made back in the 50s. Or 60s or whatever the fuck it was. I think the political spectrum is funny because it seems to indicate that politics has no solution. We don't see a magical utopia on there because there isn't one. I think you're probably right. Favorite food? My mom's enchiladas. She makes these things she calls okie enchiladas that are the most fucking delicious fucking thing you've ever eaten in your fucking life. You come in your fucking pants tasting it the first time. The only reason I don't is because I've eaten it so many times. But everybody that I've introduced to them comes in their pants, literally busts a load in the pants. Hey, you voted. Good for you, buddy. Don't forget to post your sticker. I assumed you gave up because too many people were asking about it at the time. No, sir. Do you think that Yang is the establishment's least hope to bring balance to the force? I feel like they're going to face revolution or deal with someone who can play both sides. I don't know, dude. I don't really think Yang's all that great of a politician. I think his UBI idea is good. If you could remove one thing from humanity, what would it be and why? Greed, because it has destroyed us. I'm sorry to be so simplistic about what seems like a long-form question, but that's my answer. I would eliminate greed from humanity because it has destroyed us. Oh, you're talking about the 80s. So they remade it for the 80s Twilight Zone. Or they made one similar to it or whatever the fuck. Lol triggered Paul, huh? When did I get triggered, bro? Are you another pleb that snuck in? Did you sneak in here, plebeian? You're greedy. I mean, I am too. I don't have anything good to say without sounding like a depressed loser, so I'll just ask you how you are. How are you? How are you so funny and cool? I'm neither. I'm funny because I'm stupid and a little bit crazy, and I'm not cool. I'm really not, dude. Trust me. If I walked into a room full of cool people, they would all go, like, the record would skip. They'd be like, so there's your answer. I'm funny because I'm slightly insane, and I'm not cool. Then those people aren't cool. That's the right attitude. Greetings, fellow brownbeard. Greetings. May beardlets everywhere tremble before our manliness. If you could improve the design of the human body by adding one feature, what would you add? Good question. I mean, how fucking wacky am I allowed to get with this? Tails are cool, but would really not be great on us because we're upright walking, you know, so like throw us off balance. A tail would constantly be dragging us back that way. Our backs would be all fucked up. Like you can't, like I know you furries all want a fucking tail, but adding a tail to a human, it just throws the whole fucking shit off, bro. I think the spine, honestly. If I could update the spine to actually support us the way it's supposed to for an upright walking organism and not the transitional form between a pseudo kind of quadruped / biped mix, I think a lot of people's backs, wouldn't be bad. Particularly mine. That's my selfish part of the body I'd change. The spine, dude. Make it work. Make it do what it's supposed to do. Quit hurting all the goddamn time, for fuck's sake. Every goddamn day, every night, all night, every day. Make farts louder? That would be cool. That would be cool. Farts are like that foghorn at the end of that weird Kevin Smith movie. What was that movie called? The weird like murder movie with the religious cult. Was it something like Red, White, and Blue or some shit like that? You guys know what I'm talking about? Am I crazy? It's a Red State. Thank you. Yeah, dude. What if the human fart was like the fucking foghorn at the end of Red State? You were just like, oh, everybody plug your ears. Everybody's like, oh. Do you think Jordan Peterson is the most important thinker of our era? Yes. Don't ask another stupid question, by the way, because I have no qualms about banning patrons over here on Highdeology. That's why I did it on this channel. So there's your warning. Don't ask a stupid time waster question, because I'll just shit can you next time. You get one pass. And that's a pretty dumb fucking question. I expect better from the upper crust. Look around and look at the people that you're amongst. These are patrons, not plebs. Conduct yourself. Conduct yourself well. I mean, don't go off, Otello. I'll call it out. I don't want you guys reckless abandon banning, but, I'm being lenient. But people keep acting. If I see somebody acting stupid and just wasting time in here, they can get their fucking asses banned. I'll call you. No worries, buddy. Yeah, conduct yourself like a patron. Or reveal yourself as a pleb with a shared link. Benevolent Paul, indeed. People that act sus get voted out. Yeah. For real. It'll be Lord of the Flies up in here before we're done. We'll have everybody voting on who's real patrons and who's a pleb that snuck in. What do you think of the game Hades? I love it. I streamed it here on Highdeology one night. I've played a bunch more since then. I like that type of game. How do you plan to celebrate Halloween, Paul? By turning off all my lights so that no kids knock on my door. I don't do Halloween. I'm sorry, especially not during COVID. So they can go get their candies elsewhere. And before you fucking whine at me, I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't give a fuck. I cared about Halloween back in the day when Halloween was cool. When Halloween became this helicopter mom bullshit where everybody's got a fucking flashlight and they're like, don't you finger bang my kid. Just put the candy in the bag. Just put the candy in the bag. Come on, honey. Quick. Get away from that pedophile. Come on. Let's go. Motherfucker. Anyway, next house, honey. Watch yourself. You know, when it became that shit, I was just like, pfft. Fuck dealing with all these fucking wound up fucking parents with anxiety and it's got nowhere to go. So they think their child is just like the biggest rape bait in the country or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know what's going through these minds. Halloween used to be fun. I was into Halloween when kids got to run around and me, you know, I'd scare them and shit. Sometimes I'd sit on the porch like a dummy. I had this cool fucking routine because my parents like do it up for Halloween every year. My mom, or she used to before she got older. I don't know if she still does. Maybe she does. I'll have to ask her if she's doing anything for Halloween. I don't think she does what she used to. But we've got, she used to have like this huge, decorated her whole yard, right? And I would take and put on this oversized stuff, right? And put on a mask. And then I would tuck like newspaper under the shirt to make myself like lumpy and even leave some of it hanging out. So I just look like a dummy. And I'd sit there on my mom's porch like this, right? And kids would walk up and look at me and they'd be like, it's a dummy. Don't worry, it's a dummy. But they'd always be all like wary of me for a second. And I'd wait till they just like were like, he's not alive. And then they'd go to ring my mom's doorbell and I'd go, dude, I took that shit seriously. I don't give a fuck, man. You had to earn your candy at my mom's pad. You had to earn your candy, man. You got scared. This is Halloween, man. It ain't like that anymore, though. The season is fun, but the day is nothing, exactly. If you were a pro wrestler, what would you call your finisher? The Plumbo Pounder, of course. Would you have a good set of sideburns, general Civil War style, or respectable mustache if you couldn't grow a luscious beard? I used to keep mutton chops back in the day because I couldn't really fill it in. It took a long time for like this to connect to this and for this to connect to this. So in high school, I had a pair of fucking pretty sweet chops. They weren't this long, but yeah, dude. I've actually thought about, and I've told, if you watch Highdeology at all, I've considered on multiple occasions doing that Admiral Burnside shit where I just shave my fucking chin and leave the fucking sideburns intact with the mustache connecting it. I've considered multiple times this. I've considered this. My siblings and I would pool our money together and we'd get from trick-or-treating and buy McDonald's back when Nuggets had dark meat as well as white. Yeah. The good old days, man. Back when Nuggets was When will the Plumbo Pounder return? Who knows, man. The Plumbo Pounder is an enigmatic figure. Paul, what did you like and dislike about Fallout 76? Like the open world kind of dynamic to it. It felt huge. I liked the little base building aspect where you could set up your own little kind of shack pretty easy. So that was cool. Dislike the MMO shit. The kind of like hamstringing me from going to certain areas because there's high level shit and like blah, blah, blah. Like in all the other fucking Fallout games, I can go wherever I want pretty much. I mean, yeah, there's some areas where you're gonna get killed, but those areas will kill you when you're fucking high level too. So I don't know. I feel like it felt restrictive. I've played Dark Souls. Ironically enough, they're just not my favorite Souls-like. I like a lot of other Souls-likes way more than Dark Souls. Most recently, I finished Jedi Fallen Order, and I'm working on the Surge 2 now. I just don't... I found like the color scheme and the setting of Dark Souls to be kind of like lame. I don't know. I'm sorry to like shit on it if you like it, because I'm not trying to do that. I know a lot of people like those games, but for a long time I thought I didn't like that type of game, and then I played other types of that game, those types of games, and found out, oh, I really like this. I just don't like Dark Souls. I did like Demon Souls, though. I played Demon Souls on the PS3 or PS4. I think it was the PS3 that Demon Souls came out on. And really liked that game. Finished that game. But Dark Souls is not Demon Souls. Let me just say that. I like Sekiro a lot. I never finished it because I started playing it and then got really depressed and stopped playing it. And now I know I have to relearn how to play it. And now, and on top of that, I'm in the middle of the Surge 2 right now. So it's like kind of, I can't really play multiples of those types of game at once. So when I'm done with the Surge 2, either beat it or feel like I've gotten enough out of it, then I'll go do Sekiro. But I really liked Sekiro. Demon Souls is a great game, but it is not Dark Souls. You can see like some of the systems kind of transferred over. There's definitely a lineage there, but Demon Souls plays very, very differently and under a different set of rules than Dark Souls. Also had a way more like diverse set of environments, if you ask me, than a Dark Souls game, because it wasn't limited to like this one connected area. It just gets bigger. It was like you transported to different parts of the kingdom and they all looked different. I feel like that Dark Souls like really followed its name. It was like, let's do this dark. Let's make this game almost look black and white, even though it's in color. Let's make these areas look very, very drab and dark and dingy and dusty. And a lot of people like that. But for me, I'm just like, dark hallway, dark spiral staircase down. There's a couple of places in Dark Souls that aren't like that, like Anor Londo and shit. But I will tell the ping pong ball joke one day. But it's going to have to be like a whole Highdeology, and it's going to have to be like an all-day event. The Plumbo Pounder whoops Biden's ass no matter what he's armed with. The Plumbo Pounder is bulletproof, chain proof, axe proof, hammer proof, fist proof, slam proof, kick proof, drop kick proof, choke proof. Would you ever want to join the 4 horsemen of atheism? Isn't one of those horsemen dead now? Yeah, I could take Hitchens' spot with Daniel Dennett and Richard Dawkins. And who's the 4th horseman? How do you know that the Plumbo Pounder isn't gorilla underneath his mask is the question I would ask you. Is he even human? Did you enjoy the Saints Row games? Yes. I didn't play the first 2 because I thought they looked stupid and I didn't really get the whole idea. But I got into 3. I played 3 a whole lot, really liked it. And I played 4 a whole lot and really liked it. So yeah, I like them Saints Row games. I didn't play the one that's in hell or whatever because it looked pretty dumb. So I didn't go there. I'm going to wait for them to make another real Saints Row game and then I'll play that. 4 was already pushing it with this alien shit that they did in 4. Like, I was willing to go with it, but I was already kind of pissed off that it wasn't just another crazy caper in a real city. Just up the fucking ante. Don't get lazy and throw aliens at me and then throw, oh, now we're in hell. It's like, fuck you. Just make another city. The extent of the youth vaping problem is terrifying. I'm a high schooler, and every person I know vapes. The CDC thinks it's 30%, but they're totally wrong. Even I got hooked. Well, you guys will have to deal with that shit. And the way that you'll deal with it is probably by banning it. So, thanks for that. Appreciate it. As a guy who, you know, I still smoke, right? Like, I'm weaning myself off of the smokes and onto the vape again, because this is the only thing that works. Did TJ tell you about his beef with Matt Dillahunty? No. What's his beef? Is this a new beef or an old beef? Because no, I haven't heard about his beef with Matt Dillahunty. Dude, have you guys heard the TJ voting story? One in the chat if you've heard what happened with TJ's vote. Two if you have not. Because I don't want to like retell the story. I know some of you have probably heard it. Some of you haven't. Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay, there's enough twos in the chat here. Two only because I want to hear it again. There's enough twos in the chat here, dude. I'm going to give you guys the abridged version. Okay, so here's what happened. Tuesday, we sat down to film, right? And right at the end of it, we wanted to film a commercial for this new shirt we got. And that came out, I think, at the beginning of the fucking Flash Friday episode. Anyway, we wanted to film it real quick, and TJ was like, no, I got to go, dude. I got to vote. And we were like, wait. I thought you voted by mail. And he was like, yeah, I missed the deadline. I didn't send it in time, so now I got to go to the polls. And me and Scotty busted up laughing, and we were like, oh, good luck, bro, because we knew it was going to be fucking crazy over there. It was like in the last week. Well, I knew it was in the last week. I didn't know that it was the last day for early voting here in Louisiana in this parish. So TJ drove down there, and we said, okay, we'll get together later and film. So we got together later, like at 8:39 at night, to film this shit real quick, this ad for the T-shirt. And we were like, oh, TJ... Okay, so here's how I got to tell this part of the story. Me and Scotty show up first. We get in the Discord room first, and we start talking. And I was like, you know something weird? He's like, what? I was like, TJ didn't post anything on Twitter about voting. Scotty was like, he didn't? I was like, nah, it seems like something like TJ would have made a big deal out of. Like, I voted, with his little fucking thing, because that's been his shit. He was like, oh, I don't know, maybe he was tired after waiting in the line or whatever. So we get together with TJ at like 9:30, and we're like, how'd the voting thing go? Was the line long? And he was like, oh, dude, you have no idea. We drove by there, and I was like, fuck this. We're just going to do it on election day. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, man, fuck this, because it was later in the day, so the line was hella long. So we're just going to go like right when the polls open on election day. I was like, so there's I'd say there's a 50-50 chance that TJ even votes. They all denied my request. I'm telling you, dude. Oh. Oh my God, dude. What a nightmare. Fucking election day is going to be a zoo over there. Chelsea, you better get him up at like 3 a.m. and drive down there and get a place to park at least. Because I got a feeling if it was as slammed as he told me it was, like, it's not going to be better at 7 a.m. People are going to show up hella early because there's going to be it's going to be a nightmare on election day. You should try and get, maybe not 3. 3 might be like fucking pushing it. But I'm telling you, like, fucking 5 a.m. because polls open. I looked. Polls open at 7 a.m. in the parish. Your polling place included. I'd get up at 5 a.m. at least and get on the road and get over and get a parking place because I got a feeling there's not even going to be parking near that motherfucker by 7 a.m. Yeah. I'd plan on trying to be feet on the ground at 7 a.m. Even if, like, if nobody's there, you can save TJ's place in line and he can go sleep in the car or some shit or whatever the fuck, or vice versa. You know what I mean? You can call him when it's time, or he can call you when it's time. But like, I'm thinking if it was that, you try to get mail-in voting passed, but they will not allow it. Yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's so silly that it has to be so fucking hard. But TJ, like, wait until the last fucking minute. That's like not good, dude. Holy shit. I have a feeling election day is going to be crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys will get there and it'll be fine. I hope so, honestly. They don't do drop-off voting. You got to fucking go to the polls now. That was early voting is over. Does Paul the Ball beat? I mean, fucking, to be honest with you, Louisiana has some of the most backwards voting laws in the country, as you might imagine. Us being the deepest of the deep South you can get, unless you're talking about the fucking Texas Panhandle or the Texas Gulf regions. Like, this is about as deep as the South gets. Southern Florida is not deep South. Southern Florida is like old retired people from New York. And Cuban folk. So what's up with all this Biden laptop shit? I gotta tell you, dude, I've got little boy who cried wolf syndrome on this scandal shit. I'm so fucking numb to it now. I don't give a fuck. I've read the cursory shit and we've covered a little bit of it. I think we covered a little bit about it on this latest Flash Fried where we're like this or that. I saw the pictures of him smoking what looked like either weed or crack. It's probably weed, honestly. I don't think he was smoking crack, but and that's all I know. I don't fucking care. I can do a pretty good Southern accent. I spoke with a Southern accent my entire life. I was raised by two Southern accented people in an area where a lot of the people spoke just this way. My particular Southern accent is heavily influenced by the area of Central California that I'm from, which had a lot of immigrants from Arkansas and from Missouri. Incidentally, both sides of my family, my daddy's side is from Missouri, my mama's side from Arkansas. And so with a little tinge of each of those, plus the Central Valley influence of just the kind of country redneck thing, I spoke like this until ninth grade, when I made a concerted effort to change my accent so that people would take me a little more seriously. At that time, I was embarrassed by it because a lot of my friends didn't have accents like this. And so I felt very country when I got into school, and so I was embarrassed by it, and so I used my training to kind of drop the accent and adopt a more standard California dude accent. And that's what I speak in now as an adult. When you have ever been around me talking on the phone with my mom, I lilt right back into that same old accent. It's very easy for me to access it because it's a very easy way to speak. I'd probably stumble and bumble less, to be honest with you, if I just let myself talk the way I want to. Or at least let myself lilt into this a little bit more. But I just don't want to like spring on people all of a sudden this country accent shit. But it's a very comfortable way to speak when your mouth is trained to speak that way. Can you do an Alabama accent, boy? I sound country as fuck. I mean, I could do some real good imitations of some down home extra country motherfuckers that you might hear up here Louisiana way, or up Mississippi way. You might hear yourself someone that talks way, way less intelligibly than this right here, my friend. No. I've got a very lilting, like I said, dude, it's born out of California. It's just an area of California where there are a lot of immigrants from the South. Flash Fried's out, Lord. Flash Fried and the MP3 out. I don't know if you got the update, but out. Go check your Patreon. I don't know how you missed it. How'd you miss it? Total amount of money in the world is approximately 36.8 trillion, given 7.5 billion people. That makes about 4,900 a person if split evenly. Could this be a factor in Doomer's philosophy? You got me. I've never done the math on that, but I don't really care about money. Currency as it exists in the world today is fiat currency. It's not even generally backed by a physical resource, so it's just a piece of paper. It's a promissory note that it's worth nothing. So I'm for the abolition of capital and all forms of trade. Tournament of Terror Part 2. When would be the day that one would expect such an episode? What is the spookiest day of the year? Stay tuned. My hair. Dude, I'd gladly trade you. I'd gladly trade you at this point because I've learned I really like the way it looks, honestly. Thank you for the compliment, Chelsea. I do like the way it looks, and so I'm keeping it, but I have had to learn the absolute fucking nightmare that is taking care of really long hair. But I've learned to do this messy bun shit myself. Dude, I'm a fucking expert at that shit now. I know all the tricks, but I just had to learn them because I never really did that. Chelsea's got great hair. I like that she keeps her hair like different colors and shit. Experiments with it. That's something I just don't have the fucking cojones to do. Plus, I really just want that wizard look, man. I really want this hair to just grow out and get gray. And I want this beard to grow out and get gray. Dude, the messy bun it's tough, man. It's hard to do. At least for me, it was. It was hard for me to learn the right combination of shit to get it up in there. But it's so much nicer now because I went for a long time where I wasn't even putting my hair up. And it was just like all on my neck all the time. And I was always moving it out of my face and shit. I just like I got to the point. And I tried to ponytail it first. But I thought that looked pretty fucking like, I don't know, dude. I felt like a dude that worked at a comic book store or something when I put my hair in a ponytail. Oh, yes, you're going to want to browse the 1984 to 1986 section. That issue will probably be somewhere near the middle. It's going to be, 3 or 4 rows back into that section. So, yes, I can walk over there with you if you'd like, but I would prefer to sit in my chair. I was like, okay, I don't want to. Or, yeah, I can fix your computer for you. That's no problem. Just let me go get my scratch pad and like fucking, okay, here we go. Yeah. So what you got going on is like a virus or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and clean that up for you. Just get you the contract here. Worst comic book guy impression ever. And then like one comment below, good comic book nerd. It's such is my life, dude. Do you see the hell of being a content creator? That's it right there in a nutshell. Look at those 2 comics and how close they came. That was shit. That was awesome. I love it, dude. You still a Derek Jensen fan? I am and always will be. Why wouldn't I be? Not to be a total technological boomer, but it took me 30 minutes to find out how to watch this on YouTube and not on Patreon. I'm sorry. Maybe I should make like a little fucking tutorial or whatever the fuck for that. Because it is tough. It's not fucking immediately apparent what you need to do. Like you got to copy and paste a fucking link and shit. It's so stupid that there's not just like a watch on YouTube button. Which is one of the reasons why eventually we hope to have a website solution for you guys. But that has been such a fucking boondoggle. You guys will have to stay tuned. There's some big changes coming to the Patreon that I think all of you are going to fucking enjoy. So, you feel like you're 2 minutes behind? You really aren't. You shouldn't be. Try reloading if you're not hearing me pretty much. Or make sure that your scrub bar isn't back farther and move it up to current time. Because, you should be hearing me right around when I speak, and I should be reading you right around when you type. So I've got it on ultra low latency. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, there's a lower right corner labeled YouTube, but when you click on it on your phone, at least on my phone, that doesn't do shit. On Windows 10, maybe it works, but on my iPhone, it does shit. I have to go to share and then copy the link and then paste it into the browser and then go to YouTube from that. That's my process. It's a fucking nightmare. And really, I've played with it. That's the best way I can get to it on my phone. So it sucks. You don't have the app. I mean, yeah, that at least, well, then that at least removes a step because you can read and interact in the chat just through the browser login and shit. So it's no big deal. I'm sorry it was tough for you to get here, yo. I'm glad you're here now, though, Sarah. Hope there's not a bunch of other people experiencing the same problem, but maybe that helped them. Yeah, if you go up to the fucking share button, you can copy the link from there and paste it somewhere else, and you can join the chat with us. If you're subscribed to Highdeology, go to the middle thing at the bottom and scroll through until you see it. There you go. Android, it opens automatically on YouTube. Well, la-dee freaking fucking da. Look at you, Android user. No, I'm kidding. I don't participate in the phone wars. I just have an iPhone because it's easy and simple, and I really don't do shit on my phone. I talk to my friends on it. I text when I need to, but I really hate doing it. And at night, I watch YouTube videos on it, usually like Let's Plays or interrogations, and I fall asleep to that shit. Show us the sword collection. I really don't have it. I wish I did, dude. That'd be pretty fucking dope. And if you say it isn't, come over here and say that to my face, because I do have a sword collection. I'm just not showing you. And I've got a katana, a special katana for intruders and uninvited guests. Omai wamo shinderu, bitch. Oh, I've mastered both the blade and the art of hand-to-hand combat. No, I don't actually own any weapons. I'm just joking. I've got a baseball bat tucked away somewhere, if you count that. It is Hanzo steel, yes. How hard is it to start a YouTube channel? I kind of want to. I love the sound of my own voice so goddamn much. I wish to share it to the people. Really hard. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. It's really fucking hard. Had you gotten into the game back in 2007 and built a little audience then, you're in a way better position now. But trying to break in now is like trying to fucking break into the movies. So my advice to you is focus on the quality of your content. Do whatever you can to make your first video really knock out good and save up a little money and promote it. And then keep making that quality of video, because that's really the only way to break now. You're not going to just be like, hey, this is Kevin707. What's up, guys? Just chilling here in my house. You know what I mean? I just thought I'd make a video or whatever. It's my first YouTube video. I just want to, this is kind of like what I want to do. I want to blow on YouTube. I want to just like get big and stuff. And so anyways, like politics. Politics are crazy. Politics are crazy. So what you're going to want, like for politics, you really have to make sure, in my opinion, and this is an unpopular opinion, but in my opinion, if you do that shit, nobody's going to fucking, there's literally a million dudes that sound just like that. So you need to stand out, or you need to know somebody. That's another way, is like you could skeeve your way into contact with somebody that's a big YouTuber or whatever and get featured and shit. But you got to have something to show somebody like that. Like if you wanted to use me that way, I'm open to that shit, but it's like you got to show me that you make some shit, because if you send me that shit, I'm just going to go like, man. Have you ever fired a gun? Yes, it's been a long time, but I grew up around a lot of guns. And so I've only really been adverse to guns since I had one held to my head. Before that, I wasn't like a super gun nut or anything, but my parents owned guns. I lived out in the country, so we had friends of the family that we could go to, and they had a big range set up, and they had all kinds of guns. I've fired some crazy shit, all kinds of pistols and shit, names I couldn't even tell you. They taught me really young to handle guns because they wanted me to know. So I can handle a gun. I got good trigger discipline. I can pull up on pretty much any kind of gun. But I just am not a gun guy. I don't like them. I don't like having them around me. Assuming no COVID, what do you think would make theaters more appealing to you and everyone at large? Lower prices, honestly. For me, like, that's always, you always, like, no matter whether you're doing well or not doing well, you always feel like you got taken at the movies. And I think that if they found a way to make it a little more affordable, more people would go. Drive-in movies too, yeah, for sure. You're referring more to the technical aspect, like what software would I recommend? Well, I showed people earlier, but this is what we use for podcasting. It's a Rode Procaster. I'm on what is this called? It's a Rode Procaster mic as well. And so you don't have to have one to use the other, but those are the pieces of technology that are most important to the production of our stuff. The rest of what we use is like OBS. I'm on OBS right now for my streaming platform. That's pretty common amongst streamers. Your other options are like XSplit and I don't know, there's a couple other ones. We use OBS. Good old reliable OBS. So I would say if you're going to dump money into the quality of your computer first, your audio setup second. So you'll need you'll need an interface and a mic or a really decent fucking USB mic. But I'm going to be honest with you, USB mics by and large don't sound all that great in comparison to condenser mics. So if you really want to sound okay or cool or whatever, you need to get some kind of interface and a good condenser mic or tube mic to plug into it. And that can run you some money, so you need to save up some money. But I'd say get a good computer first, get a good audio setup second, get a webcam or a decent camera and lighting and a set third, and then roll out your content. I think quality over quantity has a huge place on YouTube. Absolutely. If the quality is stellar, people will come back month to month looking for shit. And every time you put up a video, it'll blow. It just all depends on what kind of content you want to create. I'd say figure out what you're going to be first. Won't help if you go in all that equipment. Well, yeah, I'm assuming he knows what he wants to be. Like, I'm assuming he's got a concept in his head of, like, I want to do this. And I'm hoping it's not make a drunken peasant style podcast, because those aren't all that good, dude. Will you do yourself a favor and quit smoking for good? Sure. When I get around to it, when I'm ready for it, I'll do that. I'm an adult. Smoking has been a struggle for me my whole life, and I'll take care of it, man. Watch Mojo is a good example of quantity over quality. Exactly. I mean, you can go look at channels like that. The Mojo channels are a really good example of that, where it's just like content, 10 times a day. There's content. But in order to get to that point, you've got to be like the people over at Mojo, where they've got like 25, 30, 40, probably more people working for them. How do Watch Mojo even get away with all the footage they use of films? Well, there's this thing on YouTube called the 5-second rule. If you cut between films in 5-second chunks and dip the audio in and out, you can get around it. But Watch Mojo probably has a deal with YouTube, being the big channel that they are, that allows them a little access to dodge the fucking copyright shit. I did not see Vosh go on Tim Pool. I was in a hurricane and I had no power for the last 22 hours. So I know. Didn't catch it. Has Johnny Got His Gun the worst fate you can think of for a human being? I can't think of a worse one. If you can, let me know. And maybe if he was also paralyzed completely. Do you happen to know why TJ ripped on Matt Dillahunty on Twitter? I do not. I haven't even had Twitter. Like I told you guys, I've been power outage and shit, and I was saving my phone battery because I only had one way to charge it through its battery, so I wanted to make sure I had my phone until the power came back on. So, like, this is pretty much one of the first things I've done online. I made a couple of tweets earlier once the power came back on, and then I came on here. I didn't, so I don't know. He called him Fat Dildo Cunty. Maybe TJ was just being TJ. That doesn't mean TJ's like throwing shade. Yeah. That just sounds like something TJ would say. I don't think he's, I don't know. Maybe there is some shade he's throwing, but everybody talks about Vosh constantly. He's cool and all, but he's not the, whatever. The rise and the fall, man. Paul, just got off my shitty job and wanted to let you know that I found a company here in Canada that can help me unionize our company, the U.S. part of the company. That's another story. Good on you, man. I'm glad to hear it. Thanks for caring, and thanks for trying, and thanks for looking into it. And I wish you luck with it. Dillacunty started talking some shit about TJ. I don't remember what he said, but it was some pointless shit. Oh. Well, there you go then. Somebody pays more attention than I do. My boyfriend's birthday is in a month, and I know he vapes, but I don't know anything about vaping. Can I buy juice without knowing what kind of vape he has? No. So what you need to do is, I'm sure you've seen him fill this stupid steam engine looking thing if he's got something like this. You need to cop a look at his vape juice. And the things you need to make a note of are nicotine, because it comes in milligrams between 0 and usually 12 or 24 at the high end. I don't know where he's at on that spectrum. So if you get him juice that's not his kind of juice, he's not going to be able to use it. So that's the real big thing. You gotta sneak a look at his juice when he fills that fucking thing up, if you can, or just ask him about it. To like make up something. If you got a brother, say, hey, my brother's trying to quit smoking or some shit, or my cousin or my friend at work or whatever. What kind of nicotine juice do you use? Because like that's what you need to know. And he'll, you know, if you could pull that off, that's what you got to worry about. Because you can get somebody juice that's like got too much nicotine for them, and it's just like uncomfortable, or it has not enough, so it doesn't work for them. Yeah, you got to cop a, you got to find a way to cop a look at the juice. You got to find a way to cop a look at the juice, because if you go in there and just go like, oh, I'm trying to be nice to my boyfriend, the dude at the counter is going to be like, oh, what? He's going to ask you a bunch of questions. You know what I mean? Yeah, no worries. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. You got to cop a look at the juice. Or make up a coworker or some shit that asked you about it because they know he vapes or some shit. I don't know. Come up with some shit and be like, what kind of shit? Like, give me the stats on your juice so I can pass it along. Somebody wants to quit. High five on the internet right there. Bam. You can get them all kinds of crazy juice once you know that. That was one funny thing about last night's stream when the Latvian guy said you don't spread important ideas, but there's all these people thinking about labor and solidarity. Now, whatever. That Latvian dude, I don't know what was up with him. He was either, I mean, I had fun doing it, so whatever. It was content. But I don't know what was going on with that dude. He might have been a little crazy. I can't hit this vape while I'm streaming. I'm sorry. I just can't do it no more. When I get the hankering, I'm just going to have to light up a smoke. Yeah. Got to cop a look at this juice. He said that he watched you and TJ for years and that you ruined his life. I know. Yeah. Maybe he followed our philosophy a little too closely and tried to just be like a stoner because he thinks that's all we do. And then he was like, what the fuck? My Latvian life is ruined. I lay around all day, eat pizza, do nothing else, and I not succeed. Paul TJ ruined my life. Latvians, dude. What the fuck? Late night Latvians, too. I was out like at 5 a.m. for me, I think. I was like, what the fuck? Am I even prepared for this shit? Risco? Maybe it was Risco. I don't know. I think I would have immediately identified Risco. I've heard that guy way too many times. But yeah, he was definitely like Risco-esque. Fucking Risco, dude. You ruined my life. I watch you and TJ. You ruined my life. This is a black. Like my lungs because I smoke these stupid things. Do you like femboys? Sure. Sure, why not? You only have 247 cigs left till I die? Future Paul, you're not supposed to give... You might have just fucked up the whole fucking timeline. Do you realize what you've done? Did you not watch... in fact, I know that you watched Back to the Future because I just watched it with Amelia like 2 weeks ago. Dumbass. You cannot tell somebody too much about their own future. It creates a paradox. It throws things out of whack. You're not in timeout, punished scout. You're in time in. Do you like kombucha? No. Sorry. I do not. What are femboys? They are biologically male individuals that look really feminine, but also have a penis and balls and no tits. Cis men that look really, really effeminate. There you go. Thank you. Traps, they used to be called, but that's not nice. And it really isn't, because it implies that men that look like that are trying to trap other men into having sex with them when only, I'm sure it's happened, but I'm sure there's more people that are like that are open and honest about it. No, metrosexual is something completely different. Metrosexual came around in the really early 2000s. We're talking like 2003, 4. The term metrosexual came on the scene. I know exactly what it means, and it does not mean that. It's just something that's like totally acceptable and normal now. Nobody calls it out for what it is. Metrosexual is like a dude that it's not necessarily effeminate. It's like a dude that wears really upscale kind of form-fitting tight clothing. Like that's a metrosexual. So think of like emos. Those guys were called metrosexuals by the boomers because they wore tight ass pants and, tight shirts and had long hair in their face and were doing this shit. A man who cares about their appearance was also a metrosexual. Absolutely. So a dude that like manicures himself or like gets a facial and wears really flattering clothing and gets his clothing tailored and really cares about his appearance and really tries to look hot was a metrosexual. Yeah. South Park made them out to be extremely effeminate. South Park was probably picking on the homophobia that was behind the term metrosexuality. Because it assumed that a man that groomed himself was sucking dick or whatever. That was the ha-has of metrosexual. Metrosexual was like a PC way to say, look at that faggot. And really all you were looking at was a dude that was dressed in a certain way because he liked to keep himself a certain way or whatever. That's why the term metrosexual went away and should have. And why like terms like trap are being replaced with terms like femboy. You know what I mean? Because that like, well, femboys are also usually twinks. That adds to the femininity. So a twink in gay culture is a dude that is very slim, like not a big, robust dude, not a fat dude, just very slim build. Kind of like a lithe, effeminate build. I had frosted tips for a bit, got it a lot. Dude, every dude in the 90s had frosted tips, so I'm sorry you got shit for that shit, because I'm telling you, dude, you were considered gay if you didn't have, like, bleached hair or some form of frosted tips back in the 90s. Dude, the 90s are when somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me actually happened. And it was cool when it came out, too. It wasn't like, people didn't go like, cringe. People were like, yeah, that's a bop. What's a frosted tip? Just look it up, bro. Google is your friend. GOOGLE.com. That's what you got to type in. And then just type in frosted tips, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. If you don't want to do that and you're really lazy, then think of Flavor Town. Okay? The Flavor Town guy, he's got frosted tips. Or use DuckDuckGo. I actually use DuckDuckGo, Lord of Duck. You'll be happy to know. Before you and I were ever acquainted, I use DuckDuckGo for 99% of my searches. I only use Google when I have to. Guy Fieri. Yeah, there you go. Guy Fieri, that's his name. I just know him as the Flavor Town guy because he's got the frosted tips. He's got the frosted tips. Walking in the club with the gun on my hips. Looking so fresh with the frosted tips. Not all twinks are bottoms. I didn't say they were. You might be correcting somebody in the chat. Okay, never mind. It's not what I thought it was. What? Who? Oh, frosted tips. Yeah. Frosted tips. Ever thought about being vegetarian? I actually went vegetarian for about 8 months. Lost a bunch of weight, felt better, but could not hang with no meat, man. I'm sorry. I'm just a carnivore at heart. I was just raised on it. It drove me crazy, and eventually I fell back into it and was even more of a carnivore because of it. But yeah, for like 8 months, solid, I lived pretty much hardcore vegetarian. Ate the fucking Morningstar Farms patties and then black bean patties and came up with all the little recipes, learned to love tofu, all that fucking shit. So I done tried it, and let me tell you, it don't work for me, boy. I need meat or some substitute that I can't tell the difference. I like them alternatives, They was all right. They held me over for a while, but then the call of the meat. I could hear the meat speaking to me, telling me where I needed to be, what I needed to be doing. I love water. When you guys see me sipping here, it's water with that sugar-free Mio shit squirted in it. I just drink it all goddamn day long. I'm good on the water. I've learned to like really not even care about soda. Because even the diet shit fucks you up at a certain point. Like you'll lose a bunch of weight and then you'll stop losing weight. You'll be like, why am I plateauing? And it's because you're on fucking diet soda because all the shit. Mio is plastic. Yeah. Delicious plastic though. I just throw a little squid in there. A little spritz. I was raised on Kool-Aid. That's what it tastes like. Slightly disappointing Kool-Aid. Do you think a relationship is sustainable if you cannot agree on what is good food? Yes. Food has nothing to do with a relationship, especially nowadays. There's no excuse. You can order different things. You can get shit delivered from different places. You can trade off different types of foods and shit. You can have 2 different menus at your house and each be responsible for maintaining your own food. Live in different places. Arguing over food. Get real. I'm with you, Jessica. You know what? There are arguments over food, though. Let me tell you what a big-ass argument is that happened a bunch of times when I was married, okay? Let me tell you guys exactly how it went. Here's how it goes. I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. Where do you want to eat? I don't know. Where do you want to eat? Dude, I don't know. I'm so sick of fucking picking. Well, I picked last time. No. Last time we went to fucking Valentino's, and I picked it. That's not the last time we went. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Then what was Sal's yesterday? Oh. And who picked Sal's? Me? No. I picked Sal's. You don't even like Sal's. What? I really do like Sal's. I just don't want it all the time like you. And then all of a sudden, it's like, I want to fucking kill you. No, I want to kill. Do it. What? Fuck you. I'm just get away from me. Just get away from me. All right, fuck it. I'll get away from you. You get away from me. Fine. I'll take care of my own food. I'll go get something. Yeah, 2 indecisive people are a nightmare. They really are. You're acting like your mother right now. I never pulled that card because I knew it was just a road to the bad place. I don't think I ever pulled the you're acting so much like your mother right now. Because I just knew that was a button. That was like the nuclear button I didn't want to push, you know what I mean? But I knew how to push the buttons, and so did she. You know what I mean? We were good button pushers, both of us. To our credit. But, I don't know, man. Oh, I'm my mother? Oh, okay. How about I start acting like my mother? What's that supposed to mean? She's frigid as fuck. So guess who's not getting laid? Oh my God, you don't know how much your mom gets laid. Oh, you don't think I know? You don't think mothers and daughters talk about things? My mom doesn't get laid at all, and now neither do you. You're not living with me anymore. You're living with my mother. It's like, uh-oh. Man, we were just arguing about food, weren't we? Fun fact, you can't win any argument with your partner as long as they are more ticklish than you are. Dude, maybe you've been with some different fucking partners, but there have been some partners where if in the heat of an argument, I tried to tickle them and I actually did it, they would it would make them even more mad that they laughed. Like they would mad laugh. So like maybe you've had some, whatever your experience is your experience, but I'm telling you, I've been with a couple of ladies that you don't want to tickle when they're mad. You know what I mean? You don't want to go in on that. Well, I'm going to be like your dad and go get a hooker. Oh, there you go. Good comeback, bro. That's going to work out real well in a marriage. If you can't even agree to have sex, what? Who? What? Who? My girlfriend and I are philosophically opposed, but the food differences are bothering me more. Damn. That sucks, bro. Like, I don't know. I've always been able to kind of like go with the flow. Like it's funny that you mention it because it kind of came up tonight. My girlfriend likes Asian food a lot and I don't. I have a very narrow box that Asian food has to exist in, and I'm very picky about what's in that box. And she likes a broad swath of Asian food. Well, she ends up picking shit that's not Asian food a lot because I don't eat it. And tonight, she didn't come up because she was mad, but she wanted to order one thing and I wanted to order another thing. And I was like, let's just order, both. We're ordering out, so you order yours, I'll order mine, but I'm right. And, and I told her I'm sorry if you've been, because she told me, yeah, like Oriental food is, not Oriental, that's a horrible term, Asian food. Sorry, I was born in 1980. Give me a pass. Asian food is very homey for me, and I was like, oh, I felt bad. Oriental. What the fuck, dude? I did a racism. You have to forgive me, dude. You have to forgive me. Trust me, if I could take you in a time machine back to when I was a kid, you'd be fucking appalled. No pun intended. I'm not reading it, Richard, but yeah, exactly. Calm down, Mickey Rooney. I'm not as bad as him. Come on, man. Give me a little. Oriental is okay in reference to objects, not people. Oh, is it okay with food? Nah, my favorite Chinese food is, and it's I like the very Americanized, shitty MSG Chinese food, and that's really all I like. I like that and hibachi. I like hibachi fried rice from a hibachi place, and I like really Americanized Chinese food. So I like the spicy stuff. It's like kung pao, whatever, kung pao beef, kung pao chicken, kung pao shrimp, General Tso's, extra hot. Beef and broccoli is pretty dope if you're not really in the mood for the real spicy stuff. Good old appropriated Asian food. Yeah, dude. It's what we do best in America. Take your rich and distinct culture and throw a bunch of chemicals on it. I've tried authentic Chinese food. Most of it I just don't like, dude. I just don't. It's the same thing with Japanese food and Korean food. I really like Thai food a lot. So maybe I'll talk to Amelia and see if she really likes Thai food too. But I think she's more kind of like homesick for the Japanese, Chinese, kind of Korean area. And I just, other than pho, which I think is Vietnamese, isn't it? I like pho. I like Thai, and I like American Chinese. And that's really like my window. And if you ain't got one of those restaurants near me, I'm probably not going to want Chinese food. American Chinese egg rolls. Oh, yeah, dude. Those deep fried little fucking egg rolls filled with rice and cabbage and fucking chicken and all this shit. All good stuff. Oh, damn. Is Amelia in here? She is in here. I actually like tofu because my dad was vegan when I was a kid. He quit when he turned 50. So yeah, see, tofu is so tough with me. I ate it for a while and I had learned to enjoy it, but I'm telling you, man, it's just so tough. I have to be, it has to be a certain way for, it has to be like almost not deep fried, but like pan fried. So where it's like crispy on the outside and really well seasoned and shit. I can get with that. I think the most doomers are hoping for humanity having a reset or just an ending. I don't know, dude. I don't know what most doomers are thinking. I know what this doomer is thinking. This doomer's thinking, let's try one last time to get our fucking grip of this shit. And if we fail, then yeah, let's bring on the nukes and shit and let's hit the reset button. Let's give it one more good college try to like fucking swing things in the favor of the average person. And if we fail, then yeah, it's not worth saving anymore. Let's let it rot and let it die and hope that the people that come up after us learn from our fucking lessons. Hope that the stories tell the truth, you know, about how the fucking environment went to shit and how the storms got so bad nobody could live on the coasts anymore and how fucking, you know, everything went underwater and all the green places dried up and all the forests burned. You know what I mean? I can do a stereotypical Chinese accent, but I'm not going to. Hi, Paul. I'm getting a Doomer hoodie despite current finances. I've stayed a patron through unemployment, so I'd definitely be down to donate to whatever election day Amazon strike if y'all want to try for it. Hey, dude, I'll let you know if TJ's the one that's kind of like handling that shit, because he's called for the January 20th steal the inauguration strike. But I don't know if there's there's no organization to support it. You know what I mean? So, but I appreciate you supporting us through hard times. And if you can find the fucking, you know, organization that exists now, it just doesn't exist for me yet. There's not a real, genuine, fucking community-focused labor movement in this country anymore. There are labor unions. There's the industrial workers of the world who are they have the hammer and sickle painted so fucking heavily all over them that nobody's going to ever go with it. You know, so I don't know, man. I finally feel better, so I'm going to make my mac and cheese since Uber Eats fucked me on the Asian food. Dope. That sounds good, baby. Make some extra good mac and cheese and enjoy that shit. She's just having tummy problems. Last couple of days, she's been a little Happens to me too, but God, I wish I lived in an area with food delivery. Quit wishing and make it happen, Otello. Don't let your dreams be dream. Just do it. No, I'm kidding. I know there are mitigating circumstances. Dude, that shit happens to me in the mornings. Like, I don't even really like eat in the mornings because I don't feel sick, but I just feel a little bit nauseous. I'm just like, ugh. I don't want it. And then, like, you know, once I've been up a couple hours, I can throw down something. But I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, babe. Whip up that mac and cheese. 2015 called Paul. It wants its meme back. Which meme? Which meme have I appropriated from 2015? Just do it. Oh. Whoops. Sorry. 2015 is not that long ago to me, y'all. Like, I feel it really isn't. You have to understand, as you get older, time starts to accelerate. When you're hella young, every year feels like it's fucking forever. And then at a certain point in your mid-20s, you'll be like 27 and you'll be like, wait a minute, 7? Wasn't I 26? No, 26 was last. Fuck. Dude, our milk survived. We were real careful. We like got the shit out we needed to make some sandwiches last night as soon as the power went out. And we made, Amelia whipped up some sandwiches and I held the flashlight so she could do it safe. And then we closed everything up. We put all our meat in the freezer and we left the milk down there thinking we were probably going to have to dump it, but we just shut that fridge and we didn't open it at all night. And then when it finally went on, I can't remember what time it was today. The sun was still up. So like 4 o'clock or something, 5 o'clock. We went in there and checked, and then it smelled fine. Everything was still cold. Like she handed me the jelly that was just came out of the fridge, and it was still nice and cold. And I was like, sweet. So we lucked out there. We didn't lose any food in the 22-hour power outage. The Indian guy at the gas station nearest me lives out the back of it with his family. I don't know his name. He don't know mine, but he always calls me my friend. It's endearing as fuck. Dude, yeah. There was a guy like that too, and I don't want to be like, you know, off about it or whatever, but there was a dude like that in my town when I grew up. He worked at a little gas station called Johnny Quick that we would all go to as teenagers because it was right by the fucking high school. And he was always real polite and friendly with everybody, and he had a very thick Indian accent, and he was a Sikh man, so he always wore his turban, and some of the kids would make fun of him, but I always appreciated just how like friendly he always tried to be, you know, and I always try to give that back to him myself. Zeta didn't really frighten me, no. It more inconvenienced me at best. Here on the ground, it's really easy to tell how bad a storm is. And it got windy and stormy last night and rainy and shit, but that happens almost all the time here. It was windy enough to blow down some fucking power lines somewhere that had us without power for almost a full day. But it never scared me. When the power went out, I was like, well, let's go get the candles and the flashlight, honey. Be careful. Here's my phone flashlight. Let's go. We were sitting right here at my desk, too, having a talk. Just chilling and looking at the internet and shit. And, like, we're like, oh, man. But it was actually kind of nice. Like, for me personally, I don't know if Amelia would agree. But, like, I went immediately into, like, phone conservation mode. I texted the guys, like, hey, my power went out. Texted my mom, hey, Mom, everything's cool over here. My power went out, but don't worry. Everything's fine. We got flashlights. And then I just kind of like put my phone in low power mode and set it down. And sat and we kind of talked. Me and my girlfriend talked for a little bit. I took some naps. Today I read a book for a while. Listened to the storm. Yeah, I opened up my window that was like the opposite direction. So the rain was blowing away from it. So no water was coming in. So I could hear the wind blowing, and the house got all aired out and nice because of the wind, because I opened a couple of windows in here, so it just kind of like, and it just felt nice in here today. It got cold in here for the first time. That cold winter breeze hit me, and I was just like, ah. So I actually enjoyed, you know, to the extent that I could, not having power, but I was happy when it came back on because, of course, I do my business here, and I'm in the middle of trying to prepare to move and shit. You need power. Yeah, the power hasn't gone out that long for me since I've been here. So, of course, it was my last little goodbye from fucking Louisiana. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. The longest I've been without power was when I lived in Fresno, California, and I owned a condo there, and an underground transformer blew. It was weird. One night, I remember it, me and my stoner friend that I was living with at the time and my girlfriend were all sitting in the living room smoking a bowl, watching a movie, laughing, and all of a sudden we heard this pop, like this loud pop, and it felt like the ground shook a little bit, and then all the power went. We were like, shit. Well, it turns out it was some fucking old power transformer fucking thing that was buried under our street. And so there was a whole construction project that had to happen. We had no power for 2 weeks. We ended up getting a check from PG&E, which is the California giant power company. We ended up getting a check for PG&E for replacement of food and our pain and suffering and shit. It was right at the end of summer, so it was hot as fuck. It's just like we couldn't be in the house during the day, and at night we had to have every window open, battery-powered fans, and it was fucking horrible. And it took them like a week and a half, 2 weeks to get our power back on. So that was it for me. Yep, I've been to the Aviation Museum, and I've been to all the little museums in Fresno. There's actually some really cool little places in Fresno. It gets a bad rep. The Forestier Underground Gardens is one of my favorites. If you're ever going through there and stop to take a shit, you want to do something that takes like 20, 30 minutes. It's right off the freeway. Go to the Forestier Underground Gardens. They're cool. Paul and I are the only ones moving, and all y'all need to know is it's out of Louisiana. Yeah. Oh yeah. For those that have joined in the interim, since I was talking about this earlier, yes, I will be moving soonish, and I'm not really going to be telling people where. Know that I shall be fine. But I've lived the life of like everybody knows where I live, and I kind of want to go back to people have got to do some lookup on me and shit to know where I live, and I'll ban anybody that mentions where I live. And it's not, public knowledge where I'm at. I kind of want to go back to that. So that's what I'll be doing. What happened to Paul's dad, that guy that comes in chat? He got creepy and I had to ban him. He kept mentioning names and shit about my little town because he's from the same little town that I'm from. And it's a small place, and it's like, do you know such and such? And I'd be like, dude, it's a little town, dude. Come on, man. Oh, okay. And then what really pushed the button on it was one night. It was when the wildfires were really bad in the area that I grew up. And make no mistake about it, they never hit the valley floor. So not in the area I grew up, but in the foothills, all the places I used to go when I was a kid. All the nice lakes and shit that I used to go to when I was a kid were burning, and I was doing a Highdeology. And this Paul's dad guy, who I know lives in that little town, comes in. He's like, "Oh, Paul, have you heard this town is burning?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I heard." And then his next thing would be, "Paul, did you hear that such and such is on fire?" And I'd be like, "Dude, yeah." And finally, I told him, I said, "Look, guy, I'm from there. All my people are from there. I know what's burning. I don't need a fucking constant update from you, bro. You're not my link to Madera. My whole fucking family's there. So could you shut up, please?" And then later, after I said that, later on, he said some other shit. It was like a minute and a half later after I said that shit to him. He was like, "Oh, and such is on fire." And I was like, "You're banned, motherfucker." He's in TJ's stream, so he's still around. Well, that's fine. He can be in TJ's streams all he wants. I ain't the arbiter of TJ's streams, but it's just too much, dude. It's cool. Like he thinks there's some link, but like he's, "Oh, I'm Paul's new link to what's going on in the Mad Town," and it's like, nah, bro. I'm from there. You don't ever lose that link unless your whole family moves out and every friend you have dies. You know what I mean? You're from a little town. You're always from that little town. So shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's cool. It's weird. Small world. Now get over it. He just couldn't do it. He just kept like, "Oh, have you heard of this? Did you ever go here?" All these little businesses in my little town. And I'm like, dude. That's a tiny little town. Word gets around and shit, dude. Just shut up. It's like, I don't live there. I'm never going to live there again. So it's like, I don't want my ghost haunting that little place. You know what I mean? I don't want nobody hearing that Paul Parkey from down the way spoke his name on the internet or whatever the fuck, and him going and looking at. I don't want to bother those people down there. Like, they're small town folk. They're not from the internet. You know what I mean? They use it, but they ain't from it. Well, my family in that little town, despite being really blue collar, because most of the workers in that town were blue collar, and my dad was union president for so many years, is really well known. So I know a lot of people in that fucking town, and a lot of people in that fucking town know me. You drop my name in that town, they know me or they know my dad more often than not. So, you know what I mean? Both got the same name, so it's like, you know. I don't want that shit getting around. I don't want people thinking my dad's online talking shit about him. It's just bullshit. And I got a dude that's from around there all fucking dropping names and shit. It's just enough. He thought I was going to come down there and be his best friend. Like, if he'd been listening to me long enough, he knows that I barely go visit there, let alone will I ever fucking live there again. No siree, Bob. No, I did my time in Madeira. Rural Wisconsin is even more isolated than rural California. Is it? Yeah, I've never been to rural Wisconsin, so I couldn't tell you, bro. Rural Texas, yeah, I wouldn't want to know. I will tell you this, Texas gets a bad rap. I lived in and around the San Antonio area for a little over a year. Well, a little less than a year, if I'm honest, because I spent part of that year in Ohio. But yeah. San Antonio and the surrounding area is pretty cool. Austin's a pretty cool town. So Texas gets a bad rap. Smoke a bowl with me. Let me scrape this out. I'll pack a little toot. I don't have enough to, like, I don't have a big bowl anymore. I had to get rid of all my paraphernalia and shit. But got this little guy here. So we'll take a little wee. Okay. I'm trapped between the internet and physical reality. I am but a digital mentality, trapped as I am between the times, stuck as I am between the rhymes, forever destined to wallow in hate, forever destined to face my fate. In the mirror of my mind, who knows what else I shall find. I usually beat off if I can't sleep. Cool. Good tip. Thanks, bro. Yeah. Never heard that one before. Come on, man. I remember my first beer. Dude, if you've been a guy long enough to know you have a dick, you know jerking off makes you sleepy. Like, it's a good, like, last resort if you're really fucking not able to sleep. Like, if you haven't owned a dick long, I guess that's good advice. But come on, buddy. I guess Mendacious C didn't know. Beating off can make you wake up better too. LOL. Damn. Oh, okay. Well, hey, there you go. Solve all your problems. Just beat off all day like a fucking zoo monkey, man. Just get your dick out. Just beat off all day. Keep your blood pumping. Keep you focused on the things that matter, man. Just jerk off. Make your day like how many nuts can I bust today? Just tune out. Tune out of everything and just bust a nut. Every morning, every night, every goddamn afternoon, bust a nut. Get out there. Bust a nut. Fuck your partner and bust a nut. And then as soon as you're done and they're all passed out, content, sneak off into the bathroom and say, I'm just going to go clean up, honey, and then bust a nut. And then come back and then wake them up and go like, I'm ready for round 2. They don't know it's round 3. And bust another nut. Anxiety, bust a nut. Can't sleep, bust a nut. Yep. I mean, those are all, I don't know about anxiety. Like if you're in the middle of a panic attack, trying to bust a nut might not be a good idea. But maybe busting a nut before to let off a little steam before the panic attack gets out of control or whatever the fuck. You know, you could do that. It's okay to bust a nut in that situation, I think. This should be the basis of your random late night radio show. Oh, yeah. Broadcast from the desert. It's me, Jack Wolf, here. Coming to you from the high desert. Oh, with one more broadcast for those lonely late nights and all of you just passing through. Tonight we're going to talk about beating off. How beating off could save your life. Some you won't hear on the legal FCC regulated radio waves, mind you, but you're not tuned into that, are you? Bust a nut, my friend. Let the nut flow. Don't hold the nut. Bust the nut. Nust a butt and bust a nut. However you want to, bust a nut. Whatever you got to do, bust a nut. Everything you're trying to, bust a nut. Every minute wanting to, bust a nut. Pull out your dick and bust a nut. Flick on your clit and bust a nut. Stick it in your ass and bust a nut. Put it in a glass and bust a nut. I just wrote a rap and I busted a nut. Don't know what to say at a funeral. Bust a nut. Yeah, it fit it, dude. Had a panic on the giant Vegas Ferris wheel once. Fucking sucked. I've had like probably a dozen panic attacks during shows that I filmed during 2019 and 2020, and that fucking sucks. Let me tell you, when you're filming a show that is kind of continuity based, especially before we started pre-recording and shit, and I couldn't I was also unmedicated at the time too. So yeah, see, that could be a good Easter egg hunt for you guys because I don't remember what episodes they were, but see if you can find the episodes where Paul had a panic attack. Which episodes of DFF did Paul have a panic attack in? It's a fun little Easter egg hunt for you guys. I'd say at least 20 over the course of 2019 and 2020 where I chewed back a panic attack or just muted up my cam or had one very silently while I sat there. That night that I passed out, I was having one on the show during the, what was it? The psychiatric, whatever it was. We did that episode on old psychology and shit. Started to have a panic attack, and I was running the show, which is even worse. Some of those have been panic attacks I've had when I was running the show, and that was one of them. And I was just chewing it back too long, and I got up. I let the guys start talking. I got up to try and walk off this feeling I was having, and fell face first into the door. TJ said it was pretty awful. I wish I remembered it because I don't. I remember walking past TJ and putting my arm on his shoulder to make sure I got past him without moving anything. And then I remember seeing the door, and then I remember waking up on the ground with everybody going, "Oh my fucking God, bro. Are you good?" Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think he thought I had a heart attack and shit, and who could blame him? I mean, I was really unhealthy at that point, too. Getting heavier, eating really bad, taking really poor care of myself. Like, really, really poor. I know I take generally poor care of myself, but I was really at a bad spot right then. A lot of it due to just mental health and shit. I was just having a bad time of it. I was struggling day in and day out. Anxiety, 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 panic attack, panic attack, panic attack. And I had to work through that shit. You know what I mean? It finally got bad enough that I went and got some help, and I'm feeling a lot better. I hope, you guys can tell that shit. Especially you Highdeology people who always get the raw shit. And Chelsea remembered the thud. Yeah, I bet it made a fucking loud-ass thud. Imagine if something like that happened to one of you. Now you guys aren't in the same room anymore. Yeah, that would suck. Look, that's one of the reasons why. Because it scared my girlfriend too. It scared everybody. One of the fucked up things about having vasovagal syncope is it's really scary for everybody around you and not all that scary for you. And I don't like doing that to people. I don't want to do that to you guys. And so I have a whole fucking method. I'm medicated now, but panic attacks still happen. There's no perfect medication for that. And so when I'm starting to feel that happening to me during a show or something, I'll do one of these. I'll pull the kill the camera bit, right? I'll throw that up for you guys. And then I'll stand up and I'll do my breathing exercises where I hold my breath for 5 to 10 seconds. And then exhale really slowly to increase the amount of carbon dioxide in my blood, which is oftentimes what causes the lightheadedness during a panic attack. And when I inhale, I squeeze in my toes first. And I hold the breath. And then I exhale, I let the toes out. And then I flex my calves the next time. And usually 3 or 4 rounds of that will stop a panic attack for me. And that's something that my girlfriend taught me too. So you want to thank somebody, thank her. She's also helped me a lot with just walking me through those types of things. If it gets really bad, I'll go get her. And I'm functioning way better as a person now. And I've, things have just gotten better for me over the last few months. And it's all kind of reflected in my life and hopefully reflected in my presence on the show and all of that stuff. I'm regretful that, at times my performance slipped or whatever, but I really did my best, man. You guys got to know that. I never missed a show, except for, I think, a flash fried after that show. I stayed home because my face and neck and shit was sore and I slept. Carbon dioxide in your blood isn't good. When you're hyperventilating, one of the things that happens is too much oxygen gets in your blood. One of the things that happens when you're having a panic attack is that you hyperventilate. I'm one of those people. I tend to either hold my breath for too long and then hyperventilate afterwards, or just straight up breathe too much. And so you get lightheaded because your blood is over oxygenated. That's why you'll pass out if you just go right. And so if you're having a panic attack, one of the ways to mitigate that is to increase the amount of carbon dioxide in your bloodstream and to lower the amount of oxygen by taking a deep breath, holding it for 10 seconds, letting it out very slowly, and then taking another very deep breath. Hold it. You see what I'm saying? Did you ever know a kid when you were younger that would lie about everything? Yes, I knew 2 people when I was younger. I actually went to high school with 2 straight out pathological liars. I've told those stories before, and I don't know that I want to retell them all now. But yeah, I went to high school with 2 people that were straight out, like, I thought I knew them, And then I found out that a lot of the shit that they had told me about, like where they came from and what had happened to them when they were kids and shit, was a total fucking fabrication. It's a mind fuck, bro. But it's definitely an illness. Like, it was completely obvious to me that this person, like when I found out, I was shocked and hurt by it and shit, right? But my first thought was like, this person must be fucked up. Like, their real story must be fucked up, or something in their head must be fucked up for them to tell everybody around them a total fucking lie. The cane, yeah. One of the guys that I knew walked with a cane in high school. He was an edgelord dude. I used to play Magic with him. He was in drama with me. Actually, a really talented dude. Great actor, great Shakespearean actor, specifically, as I remember him. And a dude I looked up to a lot. He walked with a cane, and, you know, when I became his friend, I finally fucking asked the uncomfortable question, like, I don't mean to call attention, but I see you walk with a cane sometimes at school. What's that about? And he told me this story about how when he was little, his dad and mom were riding on one of those bigger motorcycles, and they had him in his mom's lap riding bitch, if that makes sense. So his mom was on the back of the motorcycle, and he was in between, and they had this horrible motorcycle accident that killed both of his parents and mangled his leg, and he was the only one that survived. And he was adopted. And his parents, as we had met them when we went over to his house and shit and whipped by to pick him up or went to go over and chill at his house, his parents were just adopted parents. His brother was an adopted brother. His brother, by the way, I think probably related to his lie, had Down syndrome. And I think he was probably ashamed of that. And so this is my adopted family, right? And here's what happened to my real family. And he had all these fucking crazy, weird stories about, he told me he was born in Las Vegas. He told me he murdered a guy once. He told me he knew people in the FBI. And you got to understand, like, this all sounds stupid now, but I was like 14, you know what I mean? And dude was a senior. So I met this dude and became friends with him when I was like a fucking sophomore and freshman in high school. And so I looked up to him. He's an older dude, and he's telling me all this shit like, oh, I know this. I have this cousin that's in the FBI, and he tells me all this shit, and he taught me all about this. And there's this girl I used to love, and she got murdered, and I killed her, murdered her, and he had all these stories. It was crazy. And then one night, he had told us this elaborate story about how he had to have another fucking surgery on his leg that he had fucked up in this car accident, and how he was going to be unreachable for a week or two, and he didn't want us to come to the hospital. He was going to be fine and shit. But we, being his friends, and we weren't even suspicious and shit. It wasn't out of suspicion. We called his house, and his mom picked up, and we were like, hey, Mrs. So-and-so, it's Paul. You know, I just wanted to check on Mike. Like, you know, he didn't want us to visit him, but did his surgery go okay? And she went, surgery? And I said, yeah, the surgery on his leg that he messed up in a car accident when he was little. He said he's going into the hospital, and we just want to make sure that, like, his surgery was okay. And she goes, what leg? His leg? So we ended up, three of us, me, the chick that would eventually become my girlfriend. We were just friends at that point. She was in his class and his best friend. We all fucking loaded up in my little car because we were all chilling at my place at the time, and we went to his fucking house, and we sat down on the couch with his mom and told we just started at the beginning. We were like, is Mike adopted? And she was like, no, I'm Mike's biological mother. So and so is Mike's biological father. So and so is Mike's biological brother. Did Mike ever live in Las Vegas, Nevada? No. Mike was born and raised here in the Central Valley. It was like, whoa. Wow. You know what I mean? And it ended the friendship. I think for a lot of us, some people kept kind of it up with me, but I couldn't do it anymore, man. That is so important to me. When I let somebody be a friend, when I listen to their life, because I do that with friends too. I open up about what's happened to me and the reality of that shit, and that's part of how I deal with it. And so to know that person was just completely and utterly fabricating it, that was it for me. I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't hang, couldn't take him seriously. It was just sad. And I might have reacted differently if had I been older or whatever. But as a younger man, I was pretty hot blooded, and I just kind of like, fucking, that was enough for me, you know. Oh, it was a total betrayal because he had me all fucked up. He told me he killed somebody and never got caught for it, you know, and I was a little kid. This was years later when we found him out. So it was like, yeah, we confronted him. He just sat there and listened. Like, I didn't want to be in the same room with him. And so I did it on my own. And I just said, Mike, that's fucked up, dude. He just looked at me. By the way, name not Mike. Mike, placeholder name. He just stood and looked at me with his hands in his pockets, and I walked away. I didn't even want to hear him say anything, so he gave me what I wanted, and that was it. There is no defense for that shit. What defense could he offer? Oh, here's the reason why I made up a whole fantastical story about my life that's totally fucking fake. Here's the reason why I leached sympathy off of you on the days that I brought my cane for the injury that you thought happened to me when I was a little baby because my fucking horrible parents thought it was cool to put me on a motorcycle. Here's the fucking reason I leached you for that. You know what I mean? It's just no, like, what do you say? When you're caught with your fucking pants down, you're caught with your pants down, dude. I kind of respect him for that. He never made excuses to me. Maybe he did to some of the other people, but he never made excuses to me. What was he doing instead of surgery then? From what I found out, spending time with this other group of friends that he had. The silliest shit, right? He had this other life where he had told different lies and he had to keep those people separate. And so when he went on trips with them or chilled with them and shit, he had to tell us he was doing something else because why is he out of touch? Why is he not hanging out? Why is he not at school? Why is he not, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't look into it much, but the friends that I stayed friends with all the rest of those people, obviously. And that's what I heard is the scuttlebutt through the grapevine is that whole thing was because when he would tell us he was having surgeries, he was off with this other group of friends that he had never lied to or he had told different lies to or whatever. We don't know. Your mom's one, Chels? Fuck, dude. I don't know if you told me that before, but I'm so sorry, dude. That's got to be a mind fuck. You know, for me, it was just a friend. And, you know, it sucked. It was a dude I looked up to, but I can't imagine having a parent that was like that. Man, you look to your parents for truth. I'm not sure people like that feel empty as fuck. I don't know, man. I've never really looked into it. I've never talked to a person that's like that or that would admit that they're like that and shit in a way that would be like, hey, man, what's it like to have to do that? But I assume it's not pleasant, man. Like, why the fuck you got to have two groups of friends? You know, that's got to suck. Because he has a whole different life with a whole different group of friends that don't even know we exist and shit. Like, and that's a whole group of people that could be melded, but the only thing standing in the way is a bunch of lies that you have to tell. Like, how shitty is that, dude? If they were friends with him and hung out with him, they probably would have liked us. You know what I mean? That's the fucked up thing. Yeah, babe, that's exactly right. We watched the documentary about, what was her name? Do you remember what her fucking, or the name that she gave? The lady that, the name of the documentary we watched is The Woman That Wasn't There. You can find it. I'm trying to remember the name that she fucking used in that. But yeah, dude, she lied about being in the towers, ended up becoming instrumental in one of the 9/11 survivors groups, one of the most respected people, took tours of it every year and blah, 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 worked at the head of a big ass charity that took care of the families of people that actually lived through it. And then somebody at the fucking New York Times looked into her story and found out, like, none of this makes sense. Like, none of this makes sense. Like, she says she was engaged to be married to this dude, but we called his family and, like, they don't know her. We called the company. They say they never employed her. And it was like years after 9/11 that she got exposed and she just disappeared. She got exposed, disappeared. They found out later that she was using a completely fake name, so she's probably doing that somewhere. And that's that. You know what I mean? So fucking weird. Tanya Head, there you go. Yep, Tanya Head. That was the name that you guys can look into it. There's a couple of documentaries about her. The one that I would recommend is The Woman That Wasn't There. There's the 9/11 faker. Skip that shit. I tried watching that after watching The Woman Who Wasn't There, and I was like, this is bullshit. I think it's called the 9/11 faker or something like that. Watch The Woman Who Wasn't There. That's a great documentary and gives you a real good insight into her, at least as a character study. But as far as like why she did it, speculation only, you know. She's not telling. Sympathy. I think you're probably right, Chels. Like, but is that it? Is that really it? There's got to be something more complex than just a desire for fucking sympathy from people. Maybe that's like at the core of. I don't know why my fucking camera keeps changing color presets or whatever the fuck. It's very strange. Stop doing that. Stay right here. No. Why is it doing that? Man. Fuck this camera. Fuck this camera. Guess you guys will just have to deal with it and I'll look into it later. Can't really do much about it now. You know what? Here's what I can do. Let's do this. Let's put this on and let me just kill Mannycam because maybe it's Mannycam that's doing it. Oh, Mannycam. You little scamp. You little scamp. I will start Mannycam. I swear. There's Mannycam. Okay, well, let's see if that fixed it. And then I'll know if I've got a... Nope, that didn't fix it. Okay, well, maybe my fucking shitty-ass Logitech webcam is going out finally. What a good excuse to get a new camera. I do have old Magic cards. I'll go grab them. So, if you're a collector of Magic cards, you're probably going to cringe. First of all, this is where they're stored. This is all that remains of my Magic collection. A sad few paltry cards. And they are not well kept. They are all just kind of crammed in a Ziploc bag. But I have a lot of old shit in here. There's a lot of rare shit. Just a lot of shit. My old Fireball deck is in here, so I got some channels and some old, like, rare fucking cards that I like, that I've managed to hold on to over the years as I've moved around. But this is all that remains of a collection that used to fill 3 shoeboxes. 3 shoeboxes full of Magic cards. And now, well, there's not much left of them. A lot of these are just lands and shit, too, unfortunately. I might have a few more tucked away somewhere, too. I haven't really looked at these in a long time. But here's an old one. Soul Exchange. I don't know. It's an old-ass card. Yeah, Soul Exchange. I love the art. Oh, man, yeah. I know this isn't a great card, but I always loved the art on it. A Nechrite. Look at that fucker. The crazy bug on his head and shit. Focus, you piece of shit. Come on. Show people the Nechrite. Yeah. I don't know why this fucking camera is so shit. Focus. Well, anyway, the Nechrite is cool. What else do I got in here that's cool? It's an old Lava Burst. Old black border Lava Burst. Band cards. I mean, yeah, I think I've got, if I'm not mistaken, I got some channels in here. I think this is my old, this is my old Kurt Ape channel burn deck. Got Dark Rituals. Are those still allowed? Can you still cast a Dark Ritual in Magic? I've got the best Dark Ritual too. Look at that. That's the best art on a Dark Ritual. I've got like 5 of those in here. I think those are banned cards now, if I'm not mistaken. Where's my channel at? Maybe, dude, is my channel not in here? That would be so sad. It'd make me so sad to go through all these now. Now I'm geeking on my old Magic cards. Lava Bug Burst. Yeah. It's a Soul Ring. That's old. It's an artifact. Tap to add 2 colorless mana to your mana pool, and you can play it as an interrupt. Cost 1 to put on the board. These were restricted to 1 per deck when I was playing with them, so I'm pretty sure they're probably banned now. You ever play Magic Arena? I do. Not lately, but I have. It's another card I used to use a lot back in the day. I don't think it's remembered well, but Howl from Beyond, an instant that allows you to give any creature plus X plus 0 till the end of turn. So it was good to like sneak in like a little 1/1 creature and then fucking go like, all right. And the dude's like, oh, I'll just take 1. And then you pump that fucking dude with all your mana and they go, hey, what happened? Here's another good one. I always wanted to make a good card, but I could never build a good deck around it. The Breeding Pit. I always wanted to make a Thrall deck. Thralls were really cheap, abundant black creatures. And this is an enchantment that you would cast that would like spit out a 0/1 black creature every turn. And then, you know, obviously you buff it up with some other shit. Old Abstanious Golem. Yeah, these are pretty badass. Abstanious Golem. Yeah, pretty dope. Let's see. Bunch of lands. Sorry to bore you guys, but I've been going for a while, so we'll get off this topic. You guys saw there's not many cards. I liked this little guy, the Mind Stab Thrall. Check him out, dude. A lot of these cards, I think one of my problems when I was a Magic player is I didn't play with the cards that were the best. I played with the cards that I liked looking at the most. Dude, my camera loved focusing on this before. There it goes. The Mind Stab Thrall, dude. Check him out. little dude running through the city with a bomb. What the fuck? Just a bunch of fucking... Here's the big bad fucking daddy Thrall, dude. Here, let's let it focus. Focus on him, goddamn you, camera. Piece of shit. There you go. The Thrall Champion. Dun dun dun. Dude, you put this big daddy on the board, all Thralls get +1/+1 off top, and you can take control of a target Thrall. So if you're playing against another Thrall deck, that big daddy drops. It's over, dude. Yeah, 3 faces, a big axe. Looks like 6 hands. What the fuck, bro? Another Thrall. I liked the art. I like how the art changed on these from cartoonish to gruesome. Look at these guys. This is a basal Thrall. He's a little 1/2 for 2 black mana, and you can sacrifice him to add that to your pool. It's a way of it's like a way of ramping to some big creature. So you throw this out there, and then you sacrifice him. You got 2 extra mana that turn. Poor little guy. Look at him. There's a little fetish element to this shit. Now that I'm looking at it. Oh, look at how he's on. Never mind. There's enough of that. Bunch of lands. Raise Dead. This was always this is such a simple common, but this was always such a bastard card to have in your black decks, because a lot of people would nuke down your big beast or whatever the fuck, you know, that you put out, and they'd be like, ha ha, your Thrall champion's dead. And you're like, no, it isn't. 1 mana, he's back. Why won't it work with me? Work with me, baby. Come on. Well, whatever. You can see what it is. It's a little zombie guy sitting there. Yeah, it just brings back a guy. Pretty savage. Yeah, that one artist always had the kind of cartoony style. I think I have a couple more cards with his art on it. I'll try and see. Soul Exchange, another badass way to bring that Thrall champion back. Ooh, this dude. I hope it'll focus on this dude because it's some of my favorite art. A Mind Stab Thrall. Come on, camera. Work with me on this one at least. Come on, you were doing it. You were doing it. There you go. Look at this fucking guy, man. Holy shit. Mind Stab. No. I don't know. Another Thrall champion there. Giant Growth. Another fucking fuck you card if you're playing a Thrall deck. 1 green mana to pump your creature all the way up 3/3. Dark Ritual. So I'm getting down to the nitty gritty here. I don't have many more of these to look. Oh, Lightning Bolt. Dude, this was a staple. I think these are banned now too, because usually doing this much damage to a direct target is way more expensive. At least 2 mana now, from what I can tell. Come on. Focus, you bastard. Man, this camera fucking sucks. Well, whatever. It's 1 mana for 3 fucking damage. That's the point. 3 damage to anything that doesn't have protection from red or spell resistance or whatever the fuck, which is most things. Obstanious Golem. I was always trying to build artifact decks too. And those kind of sucked back in my day. But I was always trying to make it work. I was trying to get my big ass artifact creatures out there. Man, a lot of the cards that I hoped were in here are just not in here. That makes me sad. Just a lot of lands, honestly. Most of this is just like swamps and shit. Looks like I saved a lot of my thralls, which is kind of sad. I might, like I said, I might have some more of this shit tucked away in a box. But I saw these the other day as I was packing up. Well, there we go. Magic done. Hero Quest. I did play Hero Quest. Yeah, my friend owned it. And we didn't really play by the rules, I don't think. Because the rules, I remember, were pretty fucking like... It's basically like D&D light. And we were pretty young when we got it. But we ended up having fun with it anyway. Run your little barbarian around the maze or whatever the fuck. Roll the dice, blah, blah, blah. Hero Quest. Where you're moving? I'm moving to Switzerland. I'm no one. Oh, God. Should I be afraid or no? I guess if you're no one, I shouldn't be afraid. But then again, if you're no one, how are you speaking to me? So I am afraid. I'm moving away to Uruguay, land of the capybara. I'm moving away to Uruguay, land of the capybara. Oh, what is that? That was for the TJ thing that I did. Oh yeah, there you go. Moving away to Uruguay, land of the capybara. Raid Shadow Legends. Play now. Oh, hey, boss. Oh, Giant Incinerator. Come in. Have a seat. Sorry about that loss the other day. No. You're doing fine. We're just going to do a few little tweaks to you, though. We think you may be a little underpowered. What did you say? Oh, don't use your flame blast on me. Play now. Raid Shadow Legends. You still do meetups, right? Oh, yeah, dude. Dead ass in the middle of COVID. We're like, let's all get together and get sloppy drunk and breathe in each other's faces and make out and shit. Yeah, dude. For sure. Great question. Next. Why is the ear canal the largest erogenous zone? I don't know. La 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 la. I meant after you move. After I move, COVID will still be rampaging all over the country, and Europe is experiencing a spike now too, which means that we are probably due for yet another giant spike in COVID, which means that COVID might not be over for 2-3 years or more, which means that no matter where I move, we probably will not be doing meetups for quite some time. Oh, yeah, dude. The minute it's fucking safe, I just can't imagine, like, how long that's going to be, Chels. Can you? How long is it going to be? Because, like, we talked privately in a meeting once about, like, oh, we could do, like, a stage show where we keep the audience socially distant and we stay up on the stage. And then I was like, then it's not a meetup. Like, the stage show is not the meetup. The meetup is like going down and milling around with the people and talking to them and buying drinks and them buying you drinks, putting your arm around them, taking selfies and giving hugs and hearing stories and being right in each other's faces and loud music and shit. And it's just like, when is that going to be safe again? You know? I can't wait. I honestly can't fucking wait. Because I love the energy of meetups. I love doing them. And I haven't done one single one of them, either with DP or DFF, that wasn't a fucking banger. They're always great in one way or another, in different ways. A Montevideo meetup, Uruguay, Uruguay. Oh, I miss it so much too, Chels. I really do. I feed off that energy, man, and it just sucks to know that it's probably going to be years until we can do that safely. I mean, here's hoping that a fucking, fucking really good vaccine or a really good treatment that eradicates this drug, or makes it kind of less dangerous or whatever pops up. Because I think all bets are kind of on that. But I think, like, a fucking inoculation, like, a lot of people aren't going to take it, and it's still going to be a problem because you can be fucking vaccinated against a disease and still catch it if you're around a bunch of people that have it. You know what I mean? So it's like getting too drunk and making out with fans while the crowd chants. Yeah, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? The best parts of the meetup when shit gets crazy, Tommy from the Bronx dipping me. It's just like pre-COVID fucking fantasy right now. And that's the sad thing. I was talking to my girlfriend the other day, and we weren't really doomering it up, but I remember saying, like, there really is no new normal. Like, there's no going back. So like a lot of the shit that we're looking back on going like, I can't wait till that comes back, might never come back. Like once COVID is over, we're going to be way more aware as a society of like diseases for a very long time. And it's going to be a long time before people feel safe going out. The treatment will have to be just as good as the vaccine. I agree, babe. 100%. But I miss that shit. And it sucks that it might not be fucking feasible for a number of years. It just sucks. If only it were so. News reports that COVID make the brain age 10 years even after you beat it. I mean, I've heard a lot of that shit, Jessica. I don't know what your news source is on that, but I'm just saying, like, take it with a grain of salt, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of shit. I wonder if people went back to normal in the last pandemic. I feel like we all go back to normal. We never take precautions. Well, yeah, people will, but it'll be like 30 years, dude. In 1918, the Spanish flu almost fucking killed the planet. Killed like 50% of humans or some shit. Some obscene number. And we only beat it by masking up and staying inside. And staying socially distant and shit. And people fucking fought it back then, too. And it literally hit that generation so fucking hard that they never forgot it. And their children never forgot it. And their children's children never forgot it. And things were different for a long time because of it. But we live in such a more compact fucking society now that we're way more, and a more global society, that we're at way more risk than those people in 1918. I mean, go look up the fucking Spanish flu. I'll look it up. Let me see here. I don't know if it was 50%, but it was like an obscene percentage of the population. Killed 50 million people. You know? Let me see here. I got to get a new mouse, too. My mouse is fucked up. Smallpox has killed an estimated 300 million people in the 20th century alone. That's not accounting for its existence all throughout human history. So think about that shit. 300 million people in the 20th century alone killed by smallpox, which none of us are old enough to fucking even remember. At a time when the world population was fucking way fucking lower. Well, the Spanish flu is H1N1. It's that strain of the flu. So H1N1 death toll. Oh, my fucking mouse. is like double clicking all the time now. I've got to fucking get a new mouse. Yes, I meant that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just finding numbers for the last outbreak on it, but I'm sure the number is staggering. I mean, I don't know. My mom almost died of mumps and German measles when she was a kid. Those killed people all over the planet. Polio killed tons of fucking people. I mean, this is not... The world has only got closer and more fucking densely populated, and we've been told our whole fucking lives that some shit like this was going to happen, and here's the first one. The next one could be worse. Or it could come during this one. Like, it's just fucked, dude. H1N1 is no joke. Killed a bunch of people. COVID has the potential to surpass Spanish flu. Well, we're not treating it smartly. Europe is having a spike because everybody went back to party mode because they thought they beat it and they were all smug about it, and now it's back in Europe. So Europe is fucking closing down again. The United States is like, wait a minute, I thought we were on the down slope, but now we're on the up slope again. It's not done. No cure in sight, no treatment in sight that's available to everybody, despite what Trump may say. No vaccine, no treatment plan, no guarantee that a vaccine will wipe it out. That's why I'm doomering on you about it. It's because that's why, like, I'm doing it for you guys, because there's this big kind of question in the community about us getting back in the same studio. And trust me, like, none of us want to do anything more. Like, we get it, but it just ain't safe, dude. I don't want to be the arbiter of where my coworkers go, and I don't want them to be the arbiter of where I go. I don't want to have to contact trace and fucking trust that everybody's doing things right to not come down with a disease, and I don't want to be the one that brings it into these people's fucking homes. You realize the DFF studio is Chelsea's home? It's TJ's home. It's not a fucking joke, dude. And so I'm just trying to explain to you guys, we want to be back together, but it's looking like for the next fucking few years at least, that ain't going to happen. And so we're going to do our best. And thank you guys. Dude, implausibly, with the economy turning on its fucking ear. And I'm talking to patrons now. With the economy turning on its fucking ear, you guys have kept supporting us. You guys didn't leave. You looked at that $5 or $10 and you decided to keep that expenditure at a time when your hours were cut and your life was crazy. I mean, how much do I owe you? You know what I mean? I owe you one. I mean, these meetups were a way of us giving that back. And I'm hoping that the changes that we have forthcoming to the show that will roll out over the next year will please you guys. Not fundamental changes. It'll still be the show. We're talking about adding things. We're talking about adding more to the plate for the same price. That's the plan, man. And I'm hoping you guys like it. I'm hoping it's a good way of saying thank you. Because I can't tell you how nice it's been to be this, like, social distancing basic hermit who's trying to fucking stay in his house and shit so he doesn't get this disease and still be able to do my job and make money and have a whole group of people that's willing to come out of pocket to support me and all my fucking co-hosts too. I was never going to fuck around with this. I'm going to be honest with you guys, and this is not me bragging. It was me that brought this up. I know TJ had been thinking about it, but I called TJ one day, just out of the blue, because it was bugging me, because this shit had started to break out here. And I was like, dude, can we keep doing this? And he was basically on my page, and Scotty got on the same page real quick. I'm not going to say there was no resistance anywhere, but we figured out pretty quick that we needed to fucking stay home. And it was right when they started issuing fucking orders in places that were really hard hit. And we really predated the Louisiana one because Louisiana went ahead while we were all fucking socially distancing and had fucking, you know what I mean? Went ahead and had a Mardi Gras. And then it blew up. So what I'm saying is, dude, what we're doing now is what we're trying to stay safe because we can't make any show if we're fucking dead or laid up for months with some horrible disease. You know, and I don't want to be that guy. Like, I'm extra fucking careful about this shit because not really because of me. If I fucking get it, I get it. You know what I mean? I can't, you know, I believe in a deterministic universe. So I just don't want to be that guy. I don't want to kill somebody's mom. I don't want to kill somebody I love. I want to kill one of my friends or my co-hosts who are all my friends. My girlfriend. So I can't do it, dude. If you move to Switzerland, you can have shows together. Well, I know I'm moving to Switzerland. I don't know if the other guys are coming to Switzerland, but I'm going straight to Switzerland. Governor Meemaw over here won't even cancel the football games. It's true, dude. They're not taking it fucking seriously in the least. They're like undoing the restrictions and reopening the bars and shit because it's like we need them tourist dollars down here. Pack them bars up, get them tourists back here. It's like fucking another outbreak's about to happen. Yeah, dude, my girlfriend's dad visited us during quarantine. It was my first time meeting him. I gave him an elbow bump. We were both masked up. We stayed socially distant the whole time. He was afraid to hug her because he couldn't quarantine. He was passing through and he was coming from Florida, which was a hot spot, into another hot spot. You know what I mean? He's being safe, but he didn't want to get us sick. We don't want to get him sick. No, he's not a trucker. I'm not going to tell you what my girlfriend's dad does. It's none of your business. I'm sorry, Jessica, to be so dismissive, but I'm very protective of her privacy. She doesn't have any interest in being like a public figure and shit, so. I'm sorry if that came off shitty. You're a long time fucking Highdeologite and a patron, so I'm not trying to be shitty to you, but I just don't go down that road. Mother Earth has synthesized her own antibiotics to erase the virus that is humanity. Future Paul. Still a doomer, I guess. I guess at least I know that never changes. There's a difference between being direct and being rude. Well, a lot of people perceive my directness as rudeness in my experience. I'm a very direct person. And it can come off as abrupt and shitty sometimes to people, but it really is just how I was raised. People don't fucking cut the mustard where I come from, you know what I mean? Like, we just go straight to it. There's something, we just kind of say it. And, well, not always. If it's about your personal feelings, you hold on to it. But if it's a social interaction that's about to get awkward for no reason, you just tell the person, hey, cut it. That's not a topic for me. And that usually works, you know what I mean? At least in the offline world, it usually works. Online, it only works with real people like Jessica, who are like, there's an actual person behind there that, you know, doesn't want to fucking torment me and shit. So she'll, you know, not do it. My biggest regret when it comes to you guys that I was too young to go to the old meetups. Now in COVID world, it's unlikely. I mean, it's not unlikely that there'll never be a fucking meetup. It just might never be the same type of shit. Might have to be more careful and stuff. But I'm telling you, man, the vibe is always good. Low sound. My bad. I can't. I mean, you're kind of the only one bitching about it. I think it's probably fine. But if it's not, and other people are experiencing it, I can try and fucking tweak it up a little bit. But from where I'm sitting, it looks like it's fine. So if I get more low audios than sounds fine, I'll tinker with it a bit. But I feel like it's probably fine. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's kind of sad to even talk about it now, but we had plans, dude. We had plans to expand this meetup idea into maybe like a touring idea where we get ahead on shows and then go on a tour and do 5 or 6 cities and then fly back home and start doing shows again. You know what I mean? So the show never interrupts, but we're out doing a fucking live tour for people. His phone just auto dropped his volume. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's cool. Thanks, guys, for letting me know. Probably just you, buddy. Jaja, you should turn up the volume button. You see Okie Day. Yeah. It's true. It's true, Mr. Banks. It's true, Mr. Banks. He's not leading you astray. If you turn up the volume, you'll be Okie Day. Paul Siegel. What is that, dude? Why am I a seagull? You trying to make a nose comment to me? That wasn't an anti-Semitic jab, was it? Not trying to say I have a beak, do you? Wouldn't want to hurt my feelings, would you? No, why Paul Siegel? Why Paul Siegel? How am I like a seagull, man? Seagulls are fucking annoying. I mean, they're all right. I think they're pretty birds and stuff, but if you ever spent time around seagulls, they just poop all over everything. They're boring. They're loud. They steal shit. Like, I don't do none of that. I'm loud, I guess. Paul's Beagle. Okay, I like that one. Yeah, beagles are loyal. They're loud. And they're aggressive when they need to be. I like Paul's Beagle. I'll take Paul's Beagle over Paul's fucking Seagull. What's my ancestry? I can actually show you guys if you want me to. I think. Hold up. Give me a sec. Let me see what I can do here. Toodly teedly tee. Oh my god, dude. This mouse is going to drive me fucking insane. Okay. Give you guys my 23andMe profile. So it looks like it's always updating too, which is kind of cool. So here is my profile. Let me see if I can share this with you guys. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, there you go. So there's my profile, as it were. I don't know if you guys can see it, so I can zoom in a little bit here. Let's see if I can. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. 99.9% European. I'm 98 or 96.8% Northwestern European, 73.6% British and Irish. My two top areas are Greater London and County Dublin, Ireland. Here's the other 18 regions there if you're a nerd and want to know. Well, actually, I guess I can't click on that for that. But there, yeah. If I go to the deeper view, oh, maybe, yeah, I did. Oh, Jesus, I done goofed. Oh, what the fuck? Not my Twitter. Not my Twitter. What the fuck, dude? Professional streamer here. My tweeter. Let's see. Doodly doo. So anyway, for the most part, 73.6% British and Irish, 11.2% French and German, and 6% Scandinavian is the breakdown. There's a little bit of Spanish. I have about 3% Iberian Spanish. And that's about it. Which is really funny because I'm going to show this the next time I get to visit home. I'm going to show this to my mom because she doesn't believe me. Because she was told that we have Indian ancestry. She raised me and told me that I have Indian ancestry. So I think everyone is told they got Indian in them. Yeah, it was very fashionable at one point to say that you have American Indian in your blood, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's always Cherokee or like Blackfoot or whatever. But yeah, Cherokee, because Cherokees were especially fierce warriors. So everybody wants to be tangentially related to the Cherokee. But yeah, there's this whole fake story, I guess. Because, dude, she's talking about like what would be my great grandmother was supposedly an Indian, right? Or my great grandmother. It's one of the two. Either way, it would have shown up on this report somewhere, and there ain't nothing. There's no evidence of any Native American blood in my bloodline, recent or otherwise. I'm supposedly descended from Andrew Jackson. Probably nonsense. Probably. I mean, you could do a fucking ancestry report and it'll tell you that shit. You do the 23andMe shit, it'll tell you like famous people that you may be related to. I'm not like none of mine were all that interesting. But if you're like related to a recent US president or some shit or any US president, you'll know, it'll tell your ass that shit. Dude, this fucking thing is okay. Let me see if I can figure this out. Because now it's just bugging me. Because now it's even worse than it was before. Okay, so let me see here. I don't want to take a snapshot. I don't want to record. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Let's try and change that maybe. See if that fixes it. Maybe that was what it was struggling with. Still switching? Still having problems? Nope, that looks like it fixed it. Hey, look at me, tech support Paul in the house with a big fat dick for your motherfucking mouth. Woo, tech support. That's what I'm talking about. On the fly. Technically, we're all related. Well, yeah, of course. It's a matter of how distantly. Sure. Everybody on Earth is something like at least 15th cousins or some shit. I remember seeing that. Yeah, dude. Cricket is a 100% black male. Oh, don't do it, dude. Don't nibble me. Cricket is certified. Why are you looking at everything on my desk like a panther that wants to pounce? You can't pounce it. Oh, Cricket. He wants to box. Cricket's a boxer. He has this thing where mom picks him up. And I put my hands up and he puts his paws up and we just like purrs the whole time. I just adopted out 3 Black Panther kitties, 1 fluffy multicolored one's good. Dude, black cats are awesome. Cricket's my first cat that I really like feel like is partly my cat, or at least, you know what I mean? Like a cat that I really care about more than, well, I guess that's not true. Squeaks, when he was growing up, I had a little connection with Squeaks. Squeaks, I think, kicked open the door to me loving a cat. But then he and I had a breakup because I had to start correcting him and shit because he was chewing up my shit. So I had to start kicking him out of the room. And he was just like, fuck you then. And that was it for me and him, unfortunately. Now we have, what remains of our relationship is just, you know, it's cordial. He lets me give him a pet. But Cricket, though, whole different ball of wax, man. Me and Cricket, it took a while, but we made buds. He came up to me today while I was reading Transmetropolitan on the bed, waiting for the power to come on. He just like laid in my lap, purred away. Had a good old time. We're bros now. Squeaks got the band hammer. I mean, not the band hammer, but he just got mad because his favorite place when he was a little kitty was right up against my neck. He would always there's a bunch of Highdeologies where Squeaks is just like sleeping right here. And as he got older and more curious, that became a desire to like be there sometimes, and then most of the time be on my desk knocking shit over. And once that phase started, I had to start putting him out of the room. And then eventually he chewed something up. I can't remember what it was. He chewed the cord to some shit. And I was like, look, dude, come on, man. You can't come in the office no more, man. I'm sorry. And it was just like that act alone was to him a betrayal, you know? That hiss was from Dinor chasing him. Dinor has become the enforcer in the house. So he's always like hyper aware of what Cricket is doing. And Cricket always gets mad when Dinor's around when he's put down because he feels like it's none of Dinor's business. Just one cat. Got one pup and one cat. don't know why Dinor felt the need to chase him. Dinor's great. I could get him in here, show you guys. Let me call him. Dirty D. Come here. The people that wants to see you. They miss you. Oh. They want to see you. Yeah. They miss you. Say hi. Say hi to the people. Do you like it? Do you like being in my lap? You want to stay for a minute? Or no? You want to get down? Okay. You know, like he never really was a lap dog. Come up, hop up here. Yeah, people can see you right there. He likes to be like this, though. Yeah, he's doing just fine. Yeah, happy boy. See that tail? See the shadow? You waggy boy. He's happy because usually Dad keeps the door shut because he comes in and out. You want to lay on your bed? You can lay on your bed if you want. You want to lay down on your bed and stay in here for a while? That's cool. You're invited, as always. But if you don't, you can go chill somewhere else, man. You know how it is. Dude, Dinor is the greatest, dude. He loves everybody unless you're an asshole, and he knows. He can tell an asshole. Isn't that right, Dinor? You know an asshole when you see one. He even loves assholes, to be honest with you, because I'm an asshole and he loves me, so. All right, buddy. Yeah. You love an asshole or two. So, what are you going to do about it? Dinor is a legend. He's a living meme. You know? The last of his kind. Cricket only likes people who like you. That is true. Cricket had to see how I treated Amelia before he knew how to feel about me. When he first got here, it was touch and go. But see, I knew better than to like try and force that shit. I just let it happen. I was very passive around him. And, you know, all he had to do was see me treat her well. And then once he saw me treating her well, he was like, he started to soften up a little bit, started to visit me a little bit. Like he'd come up on the couch and rub his head on me a little bit and then go over to lay in her lap, and very touch and go. But we got there. You know what I mean? We got there. Now I can pick Cricket up like a big old sack of potatoes too. I don't care. Swing him around. Give him all the pets I want. No, he's very much like, that's the stars rise and set in Amelia to him. He and I have that in common, so we share the same goal, and I think he just had to see that. Cricket has beautiful shiny fur. That's because he's a healthy boy. We take good care of Cricket. Cricket was a little chonky when he got here. He's still a little bit chonky, but he's lost some weight. Put him on a little kitty diet. Got him on the right kind of food. He was at the vet last time Dinor was at the vet. We took them both. Both of them clean bill of health. Looked good. He's a healthy boy. Both of these boys are. Both of these boyos is healthy boyos. Dogs are almost always sweet. Cats are hit and miss. I think that's because cats have a different psychology than dogs. I mean, that may seem obvious, but dogs are just trusting and loyal. And cats, sometimes you got to earn that shit, because you look at like Cornelius, right? He's a fucking holy terror, but he's sweet as fuck to TJ and Chelsea. Like, he's like, he loves them. You know what I mean? So it's like, you got to take the good and the bad with a cat sometimes. I'm just lucky because Cricket is chill as fuck. Cricket's big desire in life, I think, is just chill. Because that's what I see him doing most often, is chilling. Every once in a while, he gets crazy and runs up and down the hall, chases a mosquito that got in the house or some shit. We hear him doing this yowl. Did he? Oh, Cricket. You crazy boy. Cricket has entered the building somehow without me seeing, which is totally like him. Yeah. Check the cabinet under the TV or behind the TV or the closets. Cricket's got all the spots, man. No, I love Cricket. He a cool dude. He got a good purr. That's all I really ask of him. I'll provide the food and shelter, dude. You just keep the purrs purring and the cooling. You knew a guy who named his dog Chigger? Well, chiggers are like little insects that exist down here in the South, actually. That they're in the tall grass and shit, and they'll get all over you. They're like little bloodsucker insects. Yeah. So he probably wasn't trying to be racist or anything with it. Yeah, I remember one of my grandmas used to say, cute as a chigger. It just meant small and cute. Cute little chigger. That's probably how that dog got the name. Do you understand Benford's law? It's the evidence that we exist within a computer program. I don't think Benford's law has been written yet, bro, Future Paul. But if you email me that shit to myself, because you should still have the password to my email and stuff, I'll take a look at it, bro. Just make sure that email comes from me, because there's no reason why you shouldn't still be able to get into my email. I mean, come on, buddy. You're me. You know the password. Just remember. Think hard. Gmail will exist long after we're gone. Yep. Future Paul might have brain leeches. Yeah, I think Future Paul might be taking some future fucking drug. He might be smoking some whatever, like turbo crack or whatever the fuck they're doing. Ultra dope. Well, they're nasty, but it's meant as a placeholder for something that's small. So it's usually used something's tiny and small. It's probably got the name when it was a puppy because he was cute and little. Gmail will become G-Time Mail in the future. Oh, shit. And then what? Think something of Future Paul should say and see if he says it. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, Future Paul, you want to prove that you're real. You'll remember this phrase, too, because it is a phrase that my mother sang to me every night before I went to bed. So I'm going to think that phrase in my head right now, Future Paul, and all you have to do is speak it. Okay, you ready? Okay, there you go. I thought the whole thing through. It's about 4 lines long. Not very common, so you're gonna know. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Good guess, Future Paul, but you're wrong. You're wrong, Future Paul. My mom never sang Hush, little baby, don't say a word to me before I went to bed in my fucking life. It's creepy, and she thought it was creepy, too. No, you're wrong, Future Paul. Sorry. You want to take one more guess to see if you're really me? I'll give you a hint, Future Paul. It's kind of like a prayer. And then I'll say the prayer. So if you can get the prayer right, then we can move on to one more question. And if you can answer that question, you're me in the future, okay? So get the prayer right. Type it out. Say the whole thing, future Paul. Okay, we can move on to the second one. All right, future Paul, we can move on to the second one. Future Paul, we can move on to the second one. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Went to sleep to that little prayer every night of my life that I lived with my mom till I was probably like 6 or 7 or whatever, when it started to become lame to have your mom come kiss you goodnight. So you got it right. But the next one's going to be really, really fucking hard. This is a 2-word term that my sisters invented. A completely fucking nonsense word that I will never forget because they said it so many fucking times and it drove me crazy my whole fucking life. So I'm going to think it. Doesn't take long. It's there. It's burned into my fucking brain, and it's a total nonsense word. Everybody knows that one. What is it? Future Paul, you don't know this one. First one. Chumbawamba, how did you know? All good, knocked out. No. It was a totally made up fucking word that they came up with. RP geek. No, it's not plumbo. That's a word I came up with on the fly on the Drunken Peasants when I was thinking about the name a fat person should have. Scrungely blubbergraft. Dude, why is it taking you so long to type it out, future Paul? Just type it. Just type the words. It's 2 words. Type them out. And then I'll believe you forever. If not, you might be trolling, dude. You might be trolling. You might be a pretty smart troll because getting that prayer right on the second guess was pretty decent, but I think you should have known it on the first. And I think you should have known that mom never sang no fucking lullaby, rockabye shit. But whatever, you got the little prayer right. Pretty common prayer, dude. This word 100% not common. He's being very quiet. Come on, just transmit the word, man. The time machine broke. Yeah, it broke. Skibbity gibbered. Nope. Flip-diddy, flop-diddy. Nope. Nobody will ever guess it. It's one of those things that not a single person will guess. Unless he's me or my sister. Oh my God, my camera's doing that shit again. Okay. All right, I see you, camera. I see you, camera. Let's see. Can I fix this or not? Maybe just having that open will keep it from doing it. It seems to not be doing it now. Whatever. I'm just obsessing over it. I just need a new camera. That's all there is to it. Might be on electrical power issue. Yeah, it might have been that power outage that just was the final little kick, and it's got a little malfunction in it now. It's okay. I've been due for a new camera, so I'll just order one. No big deal. Speaking of a camera doing stuff, the editor making your screen shake when you guys were describing wind sounds during Flash Fried was a sweet touch. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some cool little editors working for us here and there now. We've got one kind of contracted with us as an employee, and we're looking for more. A couple others that we're working with on a trial basis, and it's like cool because we need them. We just need them. Some of the stuff that we're planning on adding, we need people that can edit like almost dedicated fashion. So Cinema for Cynics, for example, coming back, that has to have an editor. That has to have somebody that has the right eye that can work with me so that I can crank out the fucking videos and throw it to these editors and, editor or editors and have them just chew it up and fucking blow it out there and have it look great and sound great. Fucking I can edit, but I have literally no portfolio, not even going to attempt to apply. Well, yeah, you couldn't apply. The application process is done. We got over, I think when we asked, we got over 200 applications, of which we selected about 10 people, of which we've called and started to work with one. And so we're going to go through that long list and short list of people and then, go from there. But we can't add everybody all at once. The hope is eventually we establish, that level of polish on every episode. Now, you guys may not see it right away because you have to understand we've been pre-recording these episodes forever now. And we've got one editor. He can't edit them all. He can't do 2 a week with the amount of editing that he does. And if he did, that's all he could do for us. So we need to find a couple more people to work with us, take the load from him so he can work on some of these other projects and shit. But the idea is to get him... he's been slammed out with work on... He did extra special edits for these Tournament of Horror Icons or whatever we called it, Tournament of Terror. And he's been slammed out working on those fucking solid for a month. We recorded those episodes over a month ago, and he's been just... But we're hoping that, the normal episode just have a level of veneer and polish... Stupid tangents that go nowhere, or technical malfunctions, or us taking a break or something, or things you guys aren't even aware of, but the meat of the episode remains the same. Better balancing on the audio. That's a lot on our end, but we've done a lot of work on that in the last few weeks, and we're getting better at that. So, but there's some, like I said, there's some old episodes out there that need the special touch if they want to clean that up. So the downside to our strategy of banking episodes is that now that we've improved a lot of this stuff, we have this bank of episodes where some of it's not improved yet, And so it'll be a while before you guys see the fruits of that. But the idea is to keep adding to that pile, never let it get below a certain level, so that eventually you guys are seeing the fruits of all of these new changes, all of these new edits. Eventually, every episode of Deep Fat Fried is an edited episode. It's clean. It's fun to watch, fun to listen to. Easier to get eyeballs on. That's the point, dude. I want to look. The point of the point of it is this. Here's our business, right? We're like a bunch of neckbeards. We're a bunch of lefty stoner neckbeard types. There are probably 200 million of us in the world, I would gather, I guess. Dude, there's got to be like a bunch of us in the world. There's like, 40,000 of us watching. We just need to fucking knock on the doors of the other fucking neckbeards and say, hey, we're out here. We're doing this thing. You might like it. Come check it out. It's kind of like Beavis and Butthead meets, I don't know, Videodrome. Come check it out. I don't know how else to put it, but I think you're a neckbeard and I think you might like this. And so it's all marketing and shit. Oh my God. Come on, buddy. Is my mouse finally just kicked? No, It hasn't. Now it's just fucking. Did I hit? Thank you. Okay, better. I got to get it up early for school tomorrow, so I can't stay up and watch, but I just want to say that last episode was fucking dope. Keep it up, my dude. All right. Thank you, Diego. Yeah. You can always come back and watch later. It'll be up for you guys, so I know a lot of people weren't able to catch it live, but even dumb fucks watch from Latvia. That is true. Knocking on the doors of other people like us, you're trying to get shot. I didn't mean literally knocking on doors. Do you agree that Melania Trump is hot? Sure. By some metric, I guess she's kind of hot, but by another metric, she looks like kind of like predatory in a way that's not hot to me. She looks like somebody that would pounce on you and eat you, and not in a good way. In a really fucking like dark alley kind of way. She looks like she's like would morph into something that had big fangs, you know, and just like, and you'd be like, oh no. Non-live Highdeology isn't the same at all. Well, this is a live Highdeology. I've never done a non-live Highdeology. Oh, I guess you mean going back and watch. I see what you're saying. I try and encourage as many people to watch as I can, but the truth of the matter is I stream at odd hours, and even if I streamed at non-odd hours for me, that would mean excluding a lot of other people. So I just stream when I feel like it, man. Like, it's not odd for me to be up late. It's not odd for me to do long streams and shit, especially when it comes to stuff like this. Like, as long as there's people out there, you know, interested. I'm not saying I'm going to stay for fucking ever, but I've been here for 3 hours and change already, and you know, I'll probably chill for a while more with you guys. I shall chill for a while more with you as I sit and explore with you. Oh my God, what the fuck is going on? This mouse, bro. I'm having issues. I think there was a little power surge or something that fucked up my mouse. Yeah, because it's acting fucking so stupid. Got like phantom double clicks going on, and then I can't actually double click when I want to. It's just I'm going to have to order a brand new. I'm going to have to get it immediately, too. I'll get one tomorrow. Boo-hoo. Paul, what was the thing your sister said? I ain't going to tell you. It's useful to know whether I'm dealing with a clone or not. Future Paul, you're no good to me until you say the 2-word passphrase, and I know you're actually me. And you know what it is if you're me, and if you don't, well, the criteria is out there, man. You give me the 2-word passphrase, and I'll believe every fucking thing you say. Until then, shut your fucking mouth, bro. I don't believe you. You ain't future me. You's a troll. Because there ain't no way I ever forget that shit. Not be as lucid as you are in the future. You know exactly what I'm talking about. My sisters drove me nuts with it for like a couple of years of my life. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Is it a Logitech? They fuck up a lot. Yes, it is a Logitech, unfortunately. I need to get a new camera. That'll probably happen after the upcoming move. And then a new mouse. I got to do that right away, probably. Have you tried unplugging, waiting 30 seconds, and then plugging back in? Not yet. I don't want to do that in the middle of the stream and fuck everything up. But I could do that. Yes, thank you. I'll do that, once I'm done streaming today. In the meantime, you guys can enjoy the weird psychedelic nature of my camera, I guess. Let me see if there's isn't there some fucking level can I do it from here? No. And that's because it's not going through here anymore. Let's see. That's what makes me think this has to be like a Manicam fucking issue, but Manicam is like short on the control options, if you get my drift. I mean, how about that off? It's probably just the webcam going out, honestly. It probably has nothing to do with Mannycam. It's probably just the webcam struggling. I don't really notice it. I do, dude. But I'm fucking fastidious about that shit. Like, it bugs the fuck out of me when there's some little glitch. Shit, I hope Cricket didn't get in there last night. Does the cord feel okay? It's probably fine, baby. I don't think it's Cricket. I really don't. I just think it's honestly like I've had this webcam now for like I think 4 years or 3 years or some shit. It's just old. I need to get something new and nicer. I've got a nicer camera. I just need to tripod it up, and you know I'll do that at the new set. Tripod up my camera and figure out how it needs to be configured to work as a webcam for me, and then I'll try that out, and it'll all look like fucking Shane Dawson before he was exposed. You know what I mean? How that quality. Screw, marry, kill in Minecraft. Alex Jones, Michael Moore, Rush Limbaugh. Okay, fuck Alex Jones for sure. That's the easiest one. So definitely fuck Alex Jones, because I mean obviously he's gonna be the wildest fuck of the group. Marry Michael Moore because he's rich and kind of sort of shares my politics, I guess, and kill Rush Limbaugh because he's almost dead from cancer anyway. There you go. I can do F, marry, kills all night, man. I'm good at F, marry, kills. F, marry, kills were a big pastime back in high school for us, you know, pre-internet days. Future Paul is like Reese from Terminator. Yeah, except for he's not, because he can't give me the password. For some reason, he doesn't know the password. Excited to switch up your location? Yes. Couldn't be more excited. You guys will not experience any disruption other than the possibility of me missing a flash ride. And in that case, hopefully it's only just one. But even then, I'm hoping that even won't be the case. I should be able to not miss a flash ride. All right, Trevor. I'm not doing that F, marry, kill. How about this? F, marry, Amelia, kill nobody because I don't hate anybody. How's that? There's your answer. Where are you moving to? I'm not telling you. I probably shouldn't have talked about it at all. But you guys are going to know anyway. My set's going to change and shit. But yeah, I'm not making public announcements of where I'm moving to. Sorry. I'll be living somewhere on the planet Earth or within it. Only future Paul. Tell me where I'm moving. Hope you move to Ohio. I hope I do too, dude. I hope you run into me at the grocery store and we become best friends. Are you moving to Gadsden, Alabama so you can eat at the Big Chief every day? Oh, fuck, Zombie Kenny. Are you future Paul? How did you know? How did you know? Paul already moved and we just don't know. That's a mind fuck right there, isn't it? Move to London, the home of your ancestors. I mean, maybe I am. Maybe that's where I'm going. You ever think about that? You ever think about the fact that the fact that I'm 73.6% British, I might have a few fucking family members over there to sponsor my fucking visa? Eh? London, innit? Fuck off, London, innit? Fuck off, London, innit? How do you know that's not where I'm going? That's all I'm asking. Hollywood. Oh, yeah. Good guess. Well, I guess if I turn into a douchebag about a month after I leave, you'll know I moved to Hollywood. You're betting on L.A., huh? Oh, good guess. Maybe so. Maybe not, though. London's filled with a bunch of lob knockers, it is. Oh, that sounds just like one of you fucking Slough residents who wish you lived here. In fucking London. Why don't you just up your fucking game, mate? Move to fucking London. Quit being salty, eh? Up your fucking game, mate. Quit trying to fucking, up your fucking game. Stop being a Slough resident. Come here to London, where the pies are hot. Eh? The curry's fucking good. Eh? The vegetable curry's fucking good. The chicken fucking curry's fucking good. Eh, mate? Your life sucks because you live in fucking Slough, eh? That's some pretty stupid money, Trevor. But okay, go ahead and lay it down. I guess your Minecraft money doesn't matter because you can just mine more of it. Especially if you listen to the beginning. Hot Pie is the best Game of Thrones character. Prove me wrong. Sure. How about this? Hot Pie fucking sucked. And I wish there was a scene of him getting beheaded by Jaime Lannister riding on a horse. Refuted. I only know Slough exists because of I'm a Ricky Gervais fan, and he has a song, and his character, what's his name? David something. The character he played in the fucking original Office, David Brent. Oh, Slough, my kind of town, I don't know how I'm ever gonna let you down. It's a pretty little song, but it's kind of fun. I'm trying to remember some of the lyrics. I haven't heard it in a long time. It's like London, but the property's less. Right, just right near the A4. Oh, yeah. Equidistant between London and Reading. Yeah. Varys and Brienne are the best GOT characters. All right, guys. Can I let you in on a real secret? Do you guys want to know the fucking true ending of Game of Thrones? There's only one ass in that entire fucking show that deserves to sit on the Iron fucking Throne. And I'm not even going to say that ass. You should know that ass if you know anything about me. There's only one ass in that entire show, in the entirety of the books, that really deserves and has what it takes to be a good king and sit on that fucking throne. You know it's a male because I said he. Sam. Brand the Broken. Good meme. Good meme, Richard Armstrong. Good old, faithful, even-handed, loyal Sam. The first person, by the way, to kill a fucking White Walker. So before you say, Sam's a big pussy, the first person in the entire kingdom and possibly in the history of the kingdom to kill a fucking White Walker. Sam. They should have put his ass on that chair. Made his father give him his name back. Sam, what was his fucking last name? I can't remember now. Tarley. Samuel Tarley, first of his name. Lord and protector of the realm. King of the fucking how many ever kingdoms there are now. 7 kingdoms. Yeah, they did every character wrong in the last season though, TBH, fam. Every character got a little shit flung on them. Like just every last fucking character was like everything that was good about them was subverted. Man, that last season was a real fucko, dude. Oh shit. Started with a bang. Came out with one of the better and more memorable episodes of the fucking series, I think. Minus the weird way that the fucking Night King is killed at the end of it. But the whole fucking Siege of Winterfell episode was pretty dope. And then, like, all of a sudden, every character's fucking goes against their nature. And Bran the Broken. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I could see, what's his name? Peter Dinklage trying to stifle a laugh when he was given that speech when Tyrion is like, there's only one among us that's good enough to sit that throne. And we all know it. 'Tis Bran the Broken. Cut, Peter. Listen, we know you disagree. Varys gets caught and goes out like a bitch. I know, it's just total fucking nonsense, dude. It's everybody gets done dirty. Fucking Grey Worm done dirty. I can't remember her name, but the fucking slave girl that he fell in love with, done dirty. Daenerys done dirty. Jon Snow done dirty. Fucking everybody gets done dirty. You know who had a cool moment who didn't get done dirty with the way that they got sent out? The Hound and his brother. That fight was pretty fucking cool. I'll give the fucking final season that fucking final fight between Gregor Clegane, I think his name was. Am I right with that? Gregor Clegane and fucking the Hound. Yeah, dude, that brother fight was dope as fuck. Cersei Lannister went out like a bitch. Like, who thought she was going to go out like a bitch? She just sat there and watched as the city burned. And had no fucking backup plan and shit. It was just like bullshit. It's like, why are you going to do this character that everybody loves to hate so dirty? And then fucking Jaime Lannister and her just dying as the building collapses. Why? Why not get the fuck out? Why didn't he just grab her, knock her the fuck out, and carry her out of there before they had that talk where they got sealed in together and shit? It's just bullshit. Greyjoy just literally got fucking written out of the script, I guess, basically. He's just kind of like, oh yeah, and then he did that. It was just like... Dragons done dirty. Every character just done dirty. Arya, like, probably got the least shit on... because we finally at least got to see her be a badass faceless assassin and shit a couple of times, but still done dirty. Like, I'm going to sail away, I am. It's like, what? You're the fucking Lord of Winterfell and a fucking faceless man assassin, and you're going to sail away into the wild blue yonder on a tiny little boat that's probably going to blow over in the first storm you encounter? Like, all right, bye, Arya. Hope you can fly or breathe underwater or whatever the fuck. It's like everybody got done dirty in the last season. You remember the fucking guy they played up who wasn't all that great anyway? What was his name? The fucking crazy uncle that took over the fucking Iron Fleet from Greyjoy. What was his fucking name? The guy that wanted to marry Cersei and all that shit. You guys know who I'm talking about? Euron. Yeah, Euron. Dude, the way Euron dies. Dude, was that not the fucking lamest shit? Just like Jaime wanders over and like finishes him off. It's like, what? There's no sword battle? There's no crazy sword battle where he like wounds Jaime Lannister really bad or something? There's no crazy fucking scene where like he... Yeah, dude, fuck you if you're like being spoiled right now. Like, you're stupid if you're still sitting around listening to shit. These aren't spoilers because the last season isn't canon. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, that last season was fucking dog shit, and everybody knew it. Man, for me, there is no statute of limitations. I managed to not get spoiled on 99% of things that I don't care to be spoiled on. Because, like, when I see some shit about it, I don't click on it. This new information about Dune will blow your mind. Like, if I don't want to be spoiled on something, I don't click on it. And if somebody starts talking about, like, oh, yeah, at the end of that movie, like, I just close their fucking window and I go find something else. You know, but there's so precious few things that I'm like that about. Like, I don't really care about being spoiled myself. And I really leave it up to the adults that are listening to me to fucking be able to, like, hit the X in the upper left-hand corner of the whatever they're fucking doing to watch me. Hit the fucking home button or the power button on your phone or whatever you got to do to get me to shut up when I'm spoiling something. Like, it's not like I go like, Snape killed Dumbledore, Snape killed Dumbledore. You know? Luke dies at the end of the Luke dies at the end. Luke dies at the end. You know, I'm always going like, dude, the craziest thing about I'm a fucking stoner, dude. It takes me forever to get to the point. You got plenty of time with me. The Dothraki and the slave soldiers get done wrong somehow. Yeah, they're just because they're used in Mad Queen Daenerys' plot to fucking slaughter a whole fucking city for no reason. And then you're supposed to be like, oh, but I still care about these characters, I do. And you're just like, no, like, what? They're just all butt wiped, dude. They're all butt wiped and killed off or just fucked up. And the ones that aren't just killed immediately by the zombie horde in the first, season, like some of her best Dothrakis are killed immediately and turned into zombies in like the first 20 minutes of the first episode of the 8th season. Like, she sends all her Dothraki screamers out there and they literally, you watch all their torches go out. You're like, oh. Well, it was a cool moment in that episode, but that just goes to show you how, like, all this shit being built up about these Dothrakis and these slave soldiers being these super uber trained things, it never really comes to bear. That's how they're done dirty. They just look like normal soldiers when they're finally thrown into the shit. Theon charging into the Night King. Yeah, that was just their way of writing him out, basically. It was just like, what? How is that? Okay, whatever. Yeah. Why not just start with the dragon, yo? That was the question that I asked at the end of that episode. It was like, all right, I get it. It was a cool moment visually and stuff, but why not just like have the dragon go light it up? Have that dragon go blow it up and set something on fire so you can see what you're doing. Fire some arrows into that shit. Like, why are you going to send your fucking cavalry in alone? Unsupported. You got a dragon, yo. Like, what are you doing? Men who are afraid of magic die holding magically flaming weapons. Oh, yeah, that's true. They did do that because it wasn't torches, right? It was like the fucking Lord of Light or whatever put their swords on fire. Or their arachs. Yeah, the Red Priestess, after all that buildup and shit, just walks off and dies or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Just like the whole thing. And Bran was the lead. Like, his storyline was so fucking lame. Even in the earlier seasons, as soon as it started getting into this three-eyed raven shit deep enough, I was like, pfft. Like, why is this in the movie? Why is this in the show? Why is this in the books? Like, what is this shit? It's easily the worst part of the fucking books, in my opinion, and easily the worst part of the show. He's the worst character, and they put him on the throne. It's like, what is this shit? It's like George Lucas loving Jar Jar Binks. You know, you're just like, what are you doing? Stupid brand. Well, you're saying goodnight, and I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight, too. It's been like 4 fucking hours. It's been cool to hang with you guys, though. I'll try and do these a little more often. But this was just as a thank you for being patient with us as we dealt with this fucking hurricane shit. And just a thank you in general. So take care, guys. It's been fun. And I guess I'll see you next time, huh? Have a good one.